All right, so hi guys, Chad, Supon, and Yusuf. I am Akash Sharma. I am your trainer. I don't know if you really heard my introduction, but yeah, this is who I am, and I have been giving out trainings for the last 3 years now. And in total, I have 6+ years of industry experience. If you talk about working as an analyst, working as security engineer, infrastructure architect, stuff like that. Additionally, for my credentials, I am a CEH, OSCP, ECSA certified, and I've also done the CCNA and CCIE in cybersecurity in terms of networking certifications. In addition to these, I have 15 plus different certifications in IT and cybersecurity. So this is who I am. I have an experience of training more than 1,500 students globally in the past 3 to 4 years now. And I'm going to train you on CEH version 12, which is Certified Ethical Hacker. You will be given the official modules for the same as well. And that's what we are here for. Right. Enough about me. You guys have already seen who I am, what I do, and what I'm here for. I'd like to know more about you guys as well. Please inform me, please help me with this information that on a scale of 1 to 10, how good you are with tech in general. I mean, with the IT stuff, in networking, or probably system configurations and stuff like that. And also, please tell me on a scale of 1 to 10, how good you are with the programming and what language. You guys can put this in the chat box, or you can also unmute yourself.
Hi, thank you for training with us, Akash Sharma. I am Shupon. Uh,
Hi, Sapone, how you doing?
Yeah, that's good. I'm working here IT support technicians,
That's
and
great.
yeah, so we are very familiar with the network configurations and different type
Awesome.
of different type, but we are not too much experienced with the programming. But I am graduated
Hmm.
from in my So that's time I did my programming C, C++, Python, the three courses.
Amazing.
But I'm not too much practice with that because we
It's
are
all
now
right.
doing, because we are doing here only the different type of the tech work related, the device upgraded and
I understand.
like that.
I just,
That's good. Good to meet you, Supone. We also have
Thank you.
Chad here. How are you, buddy?
I'm good. My speakers weren't, I wasn't getting any sound till just now. I had to go down through the list of audio settings. So,
Okay.
anyway, if you were talking, I missed everything that you said until just
No,
now.
I was just introducing myself. I was telling about me, who I am, what I do. I hope you saw the text input. And I just want to know a little bit about you as well. Like, on a scale of 1 to 10, how much would you rate yourself in terms of tech and programming and what languages you know? So it's just to know you better a little bit.
Um, I, let's see, I'm more of a break fix guy. I've been A plus and Network Plus certified for probably 20 years. Actually,
Wow.
it's been 22 years.
Oh,
Um,
that's great.
my background is mostly technical support, break fix stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Like I used to do ATM repair and maintenance for several years, and now I'm kind of doing
Wow.
Windows Server administration for the company I work for. Supan's my partner in crime. We work together. Uh,
Yeah.
Okay.
so we,
That's great. It's good to
but
know, Chad.
yeah,
If I heard it right, you said you worked in the ATM support, as in like
yeah,
the bank
like
ATMs?
ATM, like bank machines. Yes,
Wow,
I repaired and installed and maintained ATMs for about four
that's
years.
amazing. That's amazing. This is the first time I ever came across somebody who have an experience on this, so this is a new thing for me too. Nice to
Yeah,
meet you.
I don't have a lot of experience like programming and such. Like I did take a
Mm-hmm.
little bit of it in high school.
Mm-hmm.
Like I knew a little bit of like BASIC and C++, but
Mm-hmm.
like I wouldn't consider myself a programmer by any stretch. I was trying to
It's
learn
okay.
Python a little bit for a while when I took this job.
Mm-hmm.
But like I said, I dabble in programming. I'm not great with it. I don't really have a head for
Not a
math,
problem.
but I mean, like, as far as like I have a pretty good knowledge of the Linux operating system. I don't know if that's I would assume that's going to be a part of this course. Uh,
Sure. One of the
I
biggest part of the course. So
Yeah,
yeah.
I have a Kali Linux virtual machine on this box as well as another.
Already.
Uh,
Nice.
oh yeah,
Okay, I was gonna come on that point because I also have to see. I'm not assuming anything for anyone, and I just want to make sure like everybody's on the same page. So
Mhm.
I think I also need to help. I think Supon and Yusuf with Kali Linux installation. Supon, do
Oh,
you
it's
have any
easy.
experience with Linux?
Yeah, I know the operating system, but in my laptop, I still at now no, I haven't Linux.
Yeah,
You don't
you
have it.
have
That's
that.
all right.
Yeah,
He has a. Do you still have the USB I made you for booting into Debian? I made
yeah,
you a
but
Debian. You don't
yeah,
yet.
but yeah, but I this one I left in my office.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
we can get that tomorrow, I suppose.
No problem. No problem. It's okay. So what we'll do is we'll today cover the fundamentals and a little bit of technical stuff. I won't like exaggerate a lot because this is like the first class. But I'm taking a target for today that we'll be
Mhm.
covering up 5 modules. So if you go by the structure, I think Yusuf is really not a talking person, and he's not unmuting himself. But it's okay, Yusuf. You can chat with us. I'm glad to see your chat. You were new and into to learn from the beginning. No problem, Yusuf. That's what we're here for, and that's what I am here for to teach you guys. Okay. So coming back to the modules, if you see in Certified Ethical Hacker curriculum, there are total 20 modules which have almost all the content covered up. Hold
Okay.
on, let me
It,
just
are we able to
refresh.
download those to our PCs or?
Sure, I will be sharing those modules to you, so don't you worry about that. You're gonna have all the
Okay.
content. Whatever I'm
Okay.
teaching, even the session notes or additional, study material, I'm gonna share it all with you, so don't worry.
Perfect.
Yeah. I'll
Anyways,
also
if
share some
you
additional stuff that will also
yeah.
help you out with the rest of the things.
Yeah, like I said, I do dabble in Kali Linux as it is, so I should be fairly good with all that stuff.
That's good. That's
I hope.
good.
Yeah.
Okay. So if you talk about the CEH examination thing,
Mhm.
Um, they are, I think, your program manager. I think it's Chris. He will definitely brief you on that, how the examination is going to take place and how the certification works out.
Hmm.
As far as the curriculum is considered, there are 20 modules with various topics covered up. So we have 4 total sessions. So if we do the math, we are going to cover up 5 modules in a single session, right? So today we are going to cover up till vulnerability analysis. Oh, it just skipped to that topic.
Mhm.
Right. All right. So yeah, that's pretty much about CEH. Frankly speaking, it is one of the best cores if you are somebody who is breaking into the cybersecurity domain because it just not only covers the fundamentals but also gives you good hands-on practice on a lot of stuff that we really do as an analyst or a security engineer in this domain. It's
Oh, that's
either
cool.
CEH or I also recommend something called a Security Plus. Both are really good, and if you made a choice for CEH, you did a good job already. Okay, now coming back to the module one, that is introduction. So let's get to it. At the end of the session, I'm going to share all these 5 modules with you, so don't you worry, you're not going to miss out on anything. Also, I just want this this whole session to be really interactive. So if there is anywhere you want me to interrupt or you want me to stop or repeat something, feel free for that. You have the liberty, right?
Okay.
Okay, so let's get started. The elements of cybersecurity. Now, this honestly is a lot of theory to understand, but let me tell you something. These five elements are gonna make most of your security like your decisions as a security engineer in your career ahead. When you talk about confidentiality, it assures the information is accessible to only those who have the access to who have the authority to access that particular data. Okay, let me tell you this way. There's a thing called a CIA Triad, which is again short for confidentiality, integrity, and availability, as it's all mentioned in here. There are two more elements added: authenticity and non-repudiation, which of course I'll explain. But these three are really important when you're trying to make any kind of decision as a security engineer. When I say decision, I mean that whatever kind of changes you're going to make or whatever kind of test you're going to conduct, so they are going to be based on CIA Triad. Now, what is it? Let's just understand. This is with respect to the data that you're going to work with. So the confidentiality of data should always be maintained whenever you are implementing any solution. That means if you are protecting any data and if you are implementing any security solution to it, it should always be accessible to only those people who are authorized to access it. Similarly, the integrity ensures the trustworthiness of data or the resources so that you can make sure that it is from the legitimate resource or from the legitimate sender. So integrity can be considered as an identity of a data. Every file or an image or even a video or audio have something we call a hash. Hash can be considered their identity. Okay, just like you have a name, they have an identity. And if hash A is the original hash that we received from the sender, if as a hacker in between I try to tamper some information inside it, or I try to add some malwares or something, it will change its hash for sure. It becomes hash A.
That's sort
Now,
of like the checksum.
exactly, yeah, checksum. So you know a little bit about
Yeah.
cryptography, so that's good. So this is basically tampering of integrity of data, and you also have to maintain the integrity as well whenever you're implementing any solution. Availability is the most important thing because you work with different endpoints, you work with different data centers, servers, whatsoever. So they should always be available to the people who are authorized to access them. So that's also one of the things. Like whenever they require it, it should be available and ready to serve. That's CIA tried for you. Authenticity is about the it refers to the characteristic of communication that ensure the quality of being genuine. It is somewhat similar to integrity, so we like keep it in the same umbrella. But yeah, they have added it separately so they can emphasize on it. And then there is non-repudiation. Now this is important. This is a guarantee that the sender of a message cannot later deny having sent a message. That's non-repudiation in a nutshell. Basically, what that means is, let's say I am in an organization and I change the Wi-Fi password, right? If
Hmm.
I do the change, there should be some mechanism that holds me responsible for it, so that they can come back to me if there is any kind of discrepancy, So they should be able to either trace me back with my logs, with my IP address, with my MAC address, or something like that, some sort of an identity, so that the non-repudiation stays there. So these are the five elements of information security, and they basically ensure there is no disruption of whatever services you are implementing. So that's about it. This is all the theory that relates to the same thing that I just explained. If you want, you can go through it later as well, not a problem. I believe more in the practical implementations, frankly speaking. So definitely, I'll be referring all these things in the upcoming sessions also. So you'll see more of it. Now, there are a few terminologies that we have to go through before we really start learning cybersecurity. So let me just share a document with you, some common terminologies. Just a second. All right, this is the one. Okay, so the first one is exploit. It's basically an unlocked backdoor of a building. So let's say in the front gate, some guard is sitting up there. There is a biometric scanning system and everything. If you are able to find a backdoor to the building, you basically exploited the whole security architecture, you know? So that's an
Mhm.
exploit, finding a backdoor, finding some sort of loopholes or a vulnerability in a
Yeah.
system, right? Now, payload is like a harmful package that is delivered. So if you have ever seen a rocket, on the very top of the rocket, there is a payload, which is the actual explosive. The rest of the system is just to deliver that payload. So in cybersecurity, a payload could be a hidden virus or a malware inside an innocent looking email attachment. When the attachment is open, the virus is unleashed. That malware, that particular script, that code is nothing but a payload. We collectively call that. Now, talking about the attack surface, just a second. Okay. Attack surfaces. Let's say if you have 5 devices in your network, there are two PC and maybe one smartphone. Additionally, there are 5 IoT devices. Could be randomly anything. I don't know to specify. So there are total 8 devices. So when I say there are 8 endpoints in a network, basically these are 8 attack surfaces. Attack surface is nothing but a potential victim that can be held, as a target for an attack. In cybersecurity, attack surface refers to all the ways an attacker could potentially breach a computer system. This could be open ports, this could be weak passwords, outdated softwares, available wireless networks, could be even printers available for access. Yes, we can hack into printers as well, and we can hack a complete network with a printer. So that is possible. So yeah, that's attack surface basically. So the more number of devices you have, the more number of available platforms you have, the bigger the attack surface is there. And because of that, there is a higher potential of getting hacked. So if you have a big attack surface, you need cybersecurity anyhow. Then comes a VPN. I'm pretty sure you guys already know VPN. It's virtual private network. It's like a tunnel system between two locations. So like if you want to communicate with someone through a private tunnel, so that everything is like hidden. So that's what VPN is for. We can use it for multiple purposes. Proxy is also also used for privacy purposes. It's like sending your friend to browse the internet on your behalf, so your real identity remains hidden. That's one of the use of it, but we are gonna see a lot of other uses. I'm just like I have made these definitions so that anybody can understand. Let that be a professional or a beginner or whomsoever. So that's how it is. Next we have is the virtual machine. Now this is what we are going to work with. Now, virtual machines are really interesting things. Just give me a second. Let me share my screen with you. Okay. I hope you can see my whiteboard as well. So, the concept of virtual machine is very simple and very interesting at the same time. For those who don't know, I just want everyone to be on the same page. For those who already know it, it's good. So, let's say this is my Windows system, which is the original machine. And in this Windows system, I have a certain kind of a specification. Right. The specification goes like, let's say, 16 GB of RAM. which is the random access memory, which is the operational memory for my softwares to run and everything. Then there's storage. Let's say I have 1 TB, or for a good example, let's go with 500 GB of storage. Now the thing is that whatever happens inside my system, it affects the whole system at the same time. So if I'm running any kind of malware or if I'm doing any kind of testing, it's going to affect the whole system and all the resources that are in my system. So that's a problem. For this, we create something we call as a sandbox environment. The sandbox environment basically isolate everything that I do from my main system. And this sandboxed environment is nothing but a virtual machine. We use different kind of virtual machine softwares. There is a very familiar one called VMware. There's also something we call a virtual box. For those who use Mac, they use maybe UTM or VMware Fusion. It's the same stuff. So all these softwares are used basically for creating virtual machines, right? And virtual machines are isolated from the whole system. It is inside your system, but it is like a separate entity altogether. The best part is you don't need additional hardware requirements for them. They are going to basically depend on the resources provided by your main system itself. Let's say if I create a virtual machine with Linux installed, so this is going to borrow some of the resources from your main system directly. Let's say out of 16 GB, I am allocating 4 gigabytes of RAM to this one. And out of 500 gigs, I'm going to give, let's say, I don't know, 70 gigs of storage to my VMware. Now, it is dependent on the hardware resources of my main system, but it is an isolated environment, and whatever happens in there stays in there. So that's the best part about the virtual machine, and that's why we use them instead of using it on the complete system and having a different system altogether. So that's one good way of using resources. Now, for those who don't know, there's a thing called an operating system, which is basically the interface through which you interact with your system, your devices, your hardware. If you don't have an operating system in a computer, it's just a mechanical box with some hardware devices connected to it. The major interface that helps you connect with those devices and do stuff and execute functions is your operating system. There are majorly three types of them. One of them is the Windows that I am using. Then there is Mac, which is very famously used by a lot of people. And then there is Linux. Now, Linux is really interesting because Linux is highly customizable. These two are something we call as commercial operating systems. You have to pay something to get and use them. And also, they have a very limited functionality, which means you're only able to use things that the developers are letting you use. That means there's a very small scope of customization. Whereas Linux is something we call an open source, which means open source means that anybody can contribute to the development. You can also create your own Linux. You can also customize it to any extent. If I want, I can make something called an Akashed Linux, which is completely based on my customizations. If you want to use it as well, you can download and install and use it as well. So that's the best part about Linux. It's highly customizable. It's totally open source, open for the community. And that's why we are using Linux for this training as well. Because for security assessment and security practices, there's also a variant of Linux called the Kali Linux. Now, we don't call them variant, by the way. There's another word for it, which is distribution. Linux have various kind of distributions, basically, which are different kind of customizations people have made. There's a company who have made Kali Linux, which is a specific distribution only with the purpose of security testing. There is another alternative to Kali as well, which is ParaTOS, but frankly, I don't really rely on Para. There's a lot of bugs and it's very unstable, frankly. I have used it a couple of years back, but it wasn't something that was interested in. But Kali is a globally acknowledged Linux operating system, which is widely used for security testing. So that's the one that we are going to use. For the installation purpose, I'm going to definitely explain how to install VirtualBox. Again, the same concept. VMware is commercial, VirtualBox is free. Although there is a free version of VMware as well, but it is a very big drawback for people who are using Mac because VMware Fusion is not that good as VMware Workstation in Windows. So we are going to use VirtualBox, which works both on Windows and Mac very efficiently and very simply. It's pretty simple to understand. It's not that big of a deal. It's not that big rocket science. So definitely, I'm going to tell you how to use VirtualBox and everything. Okay, well, that was all the definitions that we needed to understand before we started our session. Now let me share my screen back. Screen one. There you go. Okay. These were all the definitions that we just discussed. These were something that you needed to know before we proceeded. Okay, now for the installation, I'm going to share some links for those who don't have it. They can download it from this link. These links, the necessary softwares and utilities. Please tell in the chat box quickly which operating system you're using. Are you using Windows, Mac, or I mean Linux for the main operating system? I know that Chad already have Kali Linux. Supone can get that as well, but Yusuf, I need to know from you that which one you are using. Is it a Windows or a Mac? Oh, everyone's using Windows. All right then, let's go with Windows. And Chad already have it, so I really don't need to worry about this, man. I hope you don't mind that. Okay, so it's pretty simple. To install VirtualBox, guess what you gotta do is download VirtualBox first. Either you can go on the official website or you can click one of my links that I have shared in the chat box. Open the website, go in the download section. There are different platform packages that you can get that. We are gonna install for the Windows, so I'm gonna select that. Okay, I'm gonna just save it here. Okay, it's done. Now, when I open it, it's the basic installation. I really don't need to walk you through that. It's pretty simple. You just have to click on next and install it. That's pretty much. And the installation, after the installation is done, this is how it's going to look like. There you go. This is the initial window for VirtualBox. I mean, you will not have Kali Linux just like I am having. I'm going to remove it for you. So this is the default and window for VirtualBox. This is what you're gonna have when you install it on your end. So what you have to do is you have to add different virtual machines in here. And one of the virtual machine we're gonna add is Kali Linux. And guess what? We have to download that as well. So again, we go to our friend Google and ask Kali Linux download. It will show you the official website. Pretty simple stuff. Here you will be having two options, either installer images or a pre-configured virtual machine. So let me tell you the difference quickly. It's very simple. The ISO basically is the installer file, which OS installation file through which you actually install the whole operating system from the scratch. Okay, but there is also pre-built operating systems here as well. You just have to download them and open them ready to use. It's like that quick fast food stuff that you just have to microwave and ready to eat, like pizza puffs and stuff like that. But you have to cook from the scratch. That's an ISO thing. Like you have to follow the whole recipe and follow all the steps with it. As you can see, this is isolated environment, customized Kali kernel, limited direct access to hardware, higher system requirements is not there. Okay. See, both of them have their pros and cons, but using a pre-built virtual machine is not bad either. So we're going to do that because it's going to save time. I'll show you how. You have to click on virtual machines. It will take you to this section of pre-built virtual machines. You will see the icon for VirtualBox. You have to just click on this download icon here. When you do that, we'll start the download for Kali Linux. Now, I'm not going to do it, by the way, because I already have it. It is going to download a zip file. You have to definitely extract it. I already have it extracted, so I'm going to save my time by not doing it. Okay, let me show you how it's going to look like. There you go. All right, this is how it's going to look. Okay, so this is the folder that you'll be getting, but it will be like a zip file. You just have to extract the zip file, so not that big of a deal. You can do it. When you open the folder, you're gonna have these files in it, and we have to install this on VirtualBox. It's pretty simple. You can just close this window. You don't need it. Go back to your VirtualBox, and here you have to click on Add, and then you have to go into the specific location where exactly that exists. Mine is in this place. I didn't really want to share all the files in my documents folder, so I did it this way. So this is where it is, my folder that I downloaded and extracted. I'm gonna open it, and you won't see 1.6 or something. You will just see the first option, Kali Linux.vbox. You see that, you select it, and you click on Open. That's all you gotta do. Pretty simple. And you will have this kind of interface. Now, by default, it's taking 2 GB of RAM and only 2 processors because this is like the minimum requirement for your virtual machine to run. But we can definitely, customize it based on whatever specifications we are having in our systems. Like for example, my system have 16 gigs of RAM and 1 TB of SSD, which is my storage device. So based on that, I can definitely allocate my RAM and storage to my machine. Storage is pretty fine because it's like already assigned to it, like 80 gigs right here. You can see 80 GB is more than enough. I'm sorry. So yeah, so 80 GB is good enough. In the storage section, we can see it here if you can see my mouse. To change the processor and base memory settings, you just have to click on settings. First, highlight the Kali Linux option and then click on settings. It will open this small little window. There, you have to go in the systems option and increase your RAM. I'm gonna allocate, let's say, 6 GB, maybe five. It will be good, no problem. And in the processor, I can also exceed it if I want. I can give it 3 or 4 or something like that. I can assign 4. I have a lot of them, no problem. You can go with 2 or 3 as well, not a big deal. It's okay. So yeah, once these are done, you just click on OK, and that's it. Now my base memory and processor just increased. And then I have to click on Start to start the virtual machine. When you click on Start, it will open this kind of a small little window on the right hand side. It's the notification bar. And trust me when I say this, it's really annoying. You have to close it every time it comes up. It's basically powering on my VM, so I gotta wait. At the same time, when it's powering on, at the bottom, I just got a new small little window came up. That is the Kali Linux VM that is running here. It's pretty small, I know. Don't mind it. I'll tell you how to fix this also. So you have to close the notification bar, as I said on the right. It will show you the whole picture. Then you make it. Okay, we gotta let it start first. Let it boot. It will do it automatically. You don't have to interfere with that. It's just booting the whole operating system, just like your Windows. It boots up with the logo. I have an HP computer, so it's like an HP logo or something like that. So that's Kali Linux booting. All right, let me also tell you about the concept of Linux and Windows, basically. See, Windows is majorly based on something called the GUI, which is graphical user interface. This is a more interactive interface to work with because it's just like all the icons and images to click on. You have to click on stuff and things happen automatically. So like you don't have to really deal with the back-end technical information. But when we talk about Linux, especially with Kali Linux, it is a mixture of GUI and something we call CLI, short for Command Line Interface. And if you're able to decode the difference, obviously it's command line. That means you have to execute commands to get things done. So you have to provide additional information for whatever functions you want to execute. You have to write every single command by yourself, and you need to know those commands as well, obviously. So, yes, Linux is fun and it's easy. The only tough part is that you need to know the commands, and it's pretty simple because once you get the hold of it, you will remember them easily. There was a time when you didn't even know how to use Windows, so Linux is also going to be this same. Now, this is the first interface that you see when you boot Kali Linux. This is like this small window which is asking for a login, just like your Windows or Mac. It's asking for a login credential. The default credential mentioned on the website is Kali and Kali, as you can say. Default credentials is Kali and Kali, username and password. So that's what you have to put in. Now, let me explain a simple difference. My mouse and my keyboard right now are a part of my main system, right? My Windows machine. But as soon as I take my mouse inside this window, it becomes a part of Kali because now they're using the same pair of hardwares. All the devices that my main system have, they are also a part of Kali Linux. I just have to switch in and out of it. My keyboard also works inside, my mouse also works inside. But to make it work, you have to go take your mouse in there and click on it and start typing. You can see I can type stuff in there. The username is Kali, password is Kali as well. I'd log in, and that's it. I have my Kali Linux up and running. It's a matter of few minutes. But if I would have chosen the ISO thing, I was supposed to install the whole thing from the very scratch, and this would have taken at least good 20 to 30 minutes based on how fast your computer is. So, yeah, so that's time consuming. So, pre-built VMs are really easy. Now, the question is how to make it big. You first of all make it full screen, and that's it. It does the work for you. If it does not, then you click on View and then click on Auto Window, adjust window size. Sorry, either this or Auto Resize Guest Display. Both of these options will make it full screen. But again, the icons are really, really small. It's like I really have to use magnifying glass to even read because I have weak eyes. So what you have to do is in your Kali Linux, just press your Windows key and type HIDPI, which is high DPI. Now this is a functionality in Kali Linux which basically enhances the display. What do you say? Integration. So when I click on high DPI and I press enter, bingo, things changed. Now I can see it. You want to keep this window scaling? Yes, I want it. High DPI mode enabled. Awesome. Now I can read stuff, I can see stuff. This is more convenient, right? So that's Kali Linux for you. Now, as I mentioned, it is more command line interface. So let me just introduce you your first very best friend of Linux, the terminal box. The terminal is going to be your mediator between the Linux and your keyboard. So whatever you type, it is going to show you the results for your commands. This small little black box is going to be your best friend now onwards. Using it is very simple. Just give it the commands, you get the output, not that big of a deal. The only problem is that you need to know the commands, which definitely I'll try to teach most of them, but I'll share some documents with you which have. See, the point is there are more than 200 or 300 commands, if I'm not wrong, and they have a lot of variations based on how you can customize those commands. So of course I cannot teach you all the commands in a day or a couple of days. It will require a lot of experience, right? Like Chad have plus years of experience with this, so of course you need time to learn Linux or learn any operating system for that matter. So giving you the basics, to increase the size of text you do control shift and the plus icon. It increase the size, and control and minus icon will decrease the size of text. All right, just to give you the shortcuts: control shift plus icon, and control minus for minimizing it. So simple stuff, no rocket science. Maximize and minimize. Okay, or actually I should call it zoom in, zoom out. Wrong words. Okay. Now, let's just quickly understand this interface as well. What is this information coming up? What are the symbols? You don't get it. I don't get it. Let's understand that quickly. I mean, I do get it. I was just kidding. So this is what's showing up. I would say that all these lines and this whole graphical thing is a way of representation. We have to point a few elements here. First is this Kali at Kali. Then there is a symbol, and then there's this dollar sign. So this is a representation of your user and system info. Basically, what's shown here is username at system name. Let's say if my username was Akash and my system name was my PC, this is what would have shown. But in our case, the username is Kali and the system name is also Kali. So I hope that makes sense. This symbol is called a tilde sign, tilde symbol. I don't know, that's a weird name for it. And what does it symbolize is the default location in the memory system. I'll explain that what it is, don't worry. Then this dollar sign represents your privilege. Now, let's understand what is this tilde. Before I explain you this, let me tell you something interesting about Kali or Linux in general. Okay, hope you can see my screen. So, when you talk about Linux or Windows, the difference is in not just the interface but how the system works as well. When you talk about Windows, when you open your files, this is the kind of interface you get. And if I go inside, let's say, music folder, and I will quickly create a new folder here. Let's call it whatever, rock music. Okay, and I go inside it, and I will quickly also create a file called my playlist. Okay, the text file. So when I refer to the location of this file, I click on this URL bar on the very top. You can see this is the URL bar which shows the exact location of that file. So the file myplaylist.txt exists on this particular location. This is where myplaylist.txt exists. That is the complete location wherein C is the name of the drive, the partition of the drive. See, your storage is a whole thing. This is your storage, and there are different drive sections that can be divided inside it. These are called partitions. Let's say partition 1, 2, and 3. These are partitions. Now, based on these partitions, I can denote them with a particular symbol. We don't call it 1, 2, and 3. We call them with alphabets like C drive, D drive, E drive, so on and so forth. Okay. Now, C drive is a main drive which includes your operating system and all the necessary configurations. I can create more and more and even more and even more based on how big storage I have. Now, if you will see, C here represents the drive allocation, that what is the partition it exists. So this is the base location, the origin, you can say. Then there's a folder called users, and inside users there's a folder called Akash Sharma. Then there's music and rock music, and inside this particular folder exists my file, my playlist. This is the basic annotation in Windows, but in Linux it's really different. We don't have file manager in Linux. We don't have that kind of stuff. I mean, we do, but we are not really going to use it as of now. I'm going to depend on the terminal to explain you how things work. So if you want to check where you are right now inside your Kali, your base location, your complete location, you just have to type a command pwd, which is short for present working directory. That's the command for. That- As the name says, present working directory, it shows your exact location where you are in the memory system. So this is my present location. Now you see it doesn't show any drive letter allocation. It just shows a slash, then home slash Kali. Now in any address, whatever address this could be, this could also look something like this. Maybe root, desktop, my files slash home. Could be like this, could be something like this. So whatever be your address, the first slash is the base location in your Linux. After that is the first folder, and then so on and so forth, like the complete path of the file. The first slash is the base location. There is no letter allocation to your drives in Linux. There is a very different way of representation of drives and everything, which we'll discuss later. But this is my exact location right now in home/Cali. But why am I in home by default? Why am I not something like /Cali? Because I'm not anywhere inside. I'm in Cali. I am in my own folder. If you will see here, every user in Windows is assigned a particular folder with their own name. Similarly, in Kali as well, every user lives in a home with their own username. Now, take it this way that there are three types of user privilege in Linux. There is root, there is normal user, and then there is guest. Root basically owns the system. By the name you can see, it's the administrator. User is a customized account, which is customized obviously by the admin. Guest is a temp account. Basically, we can allow anyone to use with the least privilege. If we talk about the privilege assigned to all these accounts, admin obviously have all the privileges. The user have limited, or as you call maybe customized privilege, custom privilege. The guest account have the least privilege, obviously. Privilege is nothing but the access to the system. Now, when you talk about the root and the user, root, understand it this way, root lives in the main base location directly, but the user does not live it that way. The user lives in a specific directory location assigned to it. User lives in a home. Consider it this way, if this is a city that is owned by a root, so of course root owns the whole place. Doesn't matter where root is, it is in the whole system. But a user lives in different homes. So if there are different users, everybody have a separate home here. So this is a particular home for a different user, user 1, 2, 3, 4, so on and so forth. So every user have a home address, which is by the default by their own name. Let's say if my name is Akash, and if I create a new user with the name Akash, it looks home/Akash. Simple. That's how it is. So that's the representation of this detail right here. Why it's home in Kali. And also we talked about the symbol, which is privilege. A root user, a root account is denoted by a pound symbol, and a $sign represents a user account. That your user privilege, and this is the root privilege. So if in your terminal you see the $sign, that means you are a normal user. You are not the root account. If I was a root account, that's how it would have looked like. Take a look. Now, if I type who am I, who am I? Without any spaces. This is a command, by the way. It tells you your privilege, who you are. I press enter, it says I'm root. But if I do it now when I'm in Kali mode, who am I? It says I'm Kali. So you can see the difference. The pound symbol represents that you're a root user, and the $sign represents that you're a normal user. So that's the basic fundamental difference. So this is the representation of this symbol. It means the Kali user is in the default location right now. The question is, if I want to change the location, how does it work? Let's say if I want to go inside some particular folder, but for that I need to know the folder, right? Let me share you some commands. Give me a second. Just a second. In this software, there is no annotation feature, so that's a mess. Okay, I'll bear with it. Okay, I need to access my drive real quick. Give me a second. Never mind. Okay, so when we are talking about Linux, let's get back to it. Hmm. All right. So there are a few commands I need to tell you. I'm just going to type them real quick and I'll explain them. Hmm. Okay, let's begin with the first command. That is the ls command. What this command do is basically this is the listing command, but this is a small listing command. I'll explain what that means. When I type ls in this terminal, ls, I hope the terminal is visible enough for you. I'm going to change the background. I don't really like it. Yeah, this is better. Okay, ls. So when I type ls and press enter, it shows me the content of that particular location where I am. So if I was in home/Kali, and when I do ls, it shows me what exactly includes in this folder. What is the content inside the folder? It shows me all the files and directories. Now, this might be a new term for you, but directories are nothing but folders. We just call it that. Okay. So ls command shows all the files and directories inside that particular location. I am in the default location in home/Kali and showing me all the file for home/Kali. Now, on the other hand, the ll is a similar command, which is again the listing command, but a long list command. So when you type ll, it shows you this way. Now, this is the longer version of the same command that we just saw before. Now, this is more detailed information. I'll explain quickly what that means is this is the permission given to the file. I'll teach you how to read this later. This is the ownership information, who created and who owns it. This is the size of the file, that you know the size. I mean, I don't need to explain that. And then this is the timestamp when the file was created. This is the name of the file, which obviously is shown. So this is the long list version of all the files and the content. This is a smaller list version of all the content inside that location. Now, let's say I decide to go inside Documents folder, right? So how would I do that? I do the cd command, which is the change directory. Change your directory will basically helps you travel back and forth inside a particular location. So if I want to go inside Documents, I do cd Documents. I didn't type with the speed of light. All you have to do is, there's an autofill feature in Linux, so that's the best part. So to use the autofill, you just have to type the first couple of letters, like maybe 2 or 3 letters, and then click on the tab. There's a tab key, tab button on your keyboard. You just have to click on that, and it autofills for you. So that's like a little hack. You don't have to type the whole thing. Just type a couple of letters so that it knows what you're looking for, and then click on tab. And whatever matches with that information, it will just print it right here. So let's say if I do it for DO, because there is also documents and download both start with DO, see what it will happen. It will give me choice which one you want to work with, documents or downloads, documents or downloads. So I want to go into documents and I select that and press enter. It selects that. Now when I press enter again, it will change my directory into documents and see what happens. Did you just saw? /documents. It means that I am now inside home/Kali/documents. Home/Kali/documents. Now this is my complete location because tilde is nothing but home/Kali, right? So that's my current location. If I do the ls command, it doesn't show anything because I mean there's nothing in here, so it's all empty. And yeah, so this is the command to change a directory. Now the question is, if I want to go back, if I want to go back into home/Kali, how would I do that? There are two options, by the way. One is a long way, one is a short way. The long way is that you have to type cd/home/Kali. This is one approach, which is good for small path. What if it was a real long path, something like this? You cannot really remember the whole path all the time. So if you want to go back one step, you do this way: cd and space and two dots. The two dots, the decimal points, represents a step back. When I press enter, you see it just changed. From documents, it went back to the default location. If I go back in documents and let's just assume that I do it twice, cd double dots slash double dots, it will go back 2 steps. You just take a look. Instead of going into home/Kali, it just went directly into the home. So it went back 2 steps. If I want to make it 3 steps, I can do that as well. It will go back into the main directory, the base location. Kali/documents. If I do it, see, if I do it thrice from documents, you see, it's back to the base location now. It's in the base location. So that's what it is. That's what the two dots are used for. And that's how you can go back and forth inside different directories. Wherever you are in your terminal, whatever is your location, you can go back to your default location very simply. Just type cd and press enter. It will take you automatically to your default location. See? Doesn't matter where I am. I may be in documents, I may be in /root or opt. I may be in this kind of a location. And if I want to go back to my default location in home/Kali, I just type cd and I press enter. Simple. I'm back. So that's the best part. So these are a few hacks for these three commands. ls llcd. Now mkdir is to make directory. If you want to create your own directory, it's pretty simple. You just have to type mkdir and give the name of the directory you want. I want to make a directory called testing. I press enter. There you go. That's it. When you do ll, you will see testing is there now. Simple. And as per the system time, it just created. You can see it's 10:25. It created 10:24. Okay, that's mkdir to create a new directory. Next is to delete a directory. Okay, hold on. Just give me a second. Okay, delete a directory. It's very simple. Mkdir makes it. Rmdir removes it. Rmdir testing. I press enter. LL testing is gone. Simple. And also to let you know, for those who don't know it, whatever deletes from the terminal, it cannot be recovered. So delete carefully. If once it's gone, it's gone. There's no, the facility of recycle bin or something like that in Linux. So just keep take care of it. That's it. Now, there's this interesting command called touch command. Now, I ask this in the interviews a lot, and trust me, I'm not making this up. A lot of people fail. The simple question is, what is the touch command used for? And a lot of the candidates say that touch command is used to create files, but actually it's not. That's not the real purpose of the touch command. I'll tell you what that is. Let's say I'll create a directory testing again because I really need it. I'll go in the testing folder and I'll clear it. I'm in testing right now, by the way. And if I type here touch random.txt, this command creates a file. Okay, this is what will happen. See, I do this ll 1027 as per system time. It created a file. Okay, just right now. So you will say that it's actually true. It does create a file. What if I tell you that's not the real purpose of the touch command? We got to wait for a minute now. Just a second. Let the time change. Touch command's original functionality is to update timestamps of a file, basically. But there's a but. But if the file doesn't exist, then create a file. If the file doesn't exist, then it creates a new file with the same name and gives it the latest timestamp. You get it? No? I'll show you. So the timestamp for this file random.txt is 1027. It's 1028. Now, because the file already exists, when it was not there, I did touch random.txt, it created a new file. But what if the file already is there? When I do touch random.txt again, it will not really change the file. It will not delete the file, it will not remove it, it will just change the timestamp. Enter LL, timestamp change to 1027. Simple as that. It doesn't change the content of it, it doesn't change anything. It just updates the timestamp. And that is a basic functionality of touch command, and not a lot of people know about it. They just know that because a lot of trainers just tell you for the sake of it that touch command is used to create files, but people don't really know that it's actually used for timestamps. But again, that's one small little technicality that can give you an extra point in an interview. So yeah, dates, timestamp also can create files. Now, you can create any kind of file, by the way, not just text file. You can create any. If I want, let's say, a Python file, I can do it. Code.py. Simple. Done. Whatever. I want a PDF, I can do that as well. Touch doc.pdf. Done. There you go. Now, obviously, the content is not going to be there. It is just creating a file with that extension. It is not necessary that there will be the content inside it. Of course, you have to add that by yourself. But yes, touch command gives you the functionality to create files as well if they are not present. So that's touch command for you. Next we have is rm-rf. Now what is this command here? This is to remove files. Now a new concept of Linux is going to be introduced. So the actual command is rm, which is to remove, okay? But you cannot, let's say I make a directory called a cache, okay? And I use rm command to delete a cache. Doesn't work. Says it's a directory. You cannot delete a directory with rm. To delete a directory, you need rmdir, a cache. Now it deletes it, right? I'm going to create it again. Rm command only works for files. Let's say I have these files here. I want to delete code.py. I can do rm code.py. Done. It's gone. See, it's gone. Code.py is gone. Rm doc.pdf, gone. But what is this -rf? What's the story behind it? See, Linux commands are really customizable as well, okay? You can add some more functionalities to it. And these functionalities are added with something we call switches. People call it a lot of stuff. I call it switch. So there's a switch that I added -rf. So rm command is a remove command, and it removes any file you want, but it does not remove a directory. So rf is to remove folder. This is an additional switch. Now the function of a switch is to change the behavior of a command. rm's rm command's behavior is to remove a file, but with this switch I change the behavior and now it will remove a folder. So that's the functionality. So -rf is to remove, sorry, folders, and and just rm is to remove files. -rf is an additional switch added to it, and there are a lot of switches for different commands for various purposes. And that was the introduction to a switch to you. So that's what rm command will do, and that's what -rmrf will do. You see -rmrf, and I do for a cache, it removes it. It's gone. So rmdir and -rmrf, both commands will remove the directories. Okay, now there's another command called the mv command, which is a move command to move files in systems. Like in Windows it's pretty simple because I just have to copy and paste and drag and drop, but that doesn't work in terminal. You have to give the commands for the same. I'm gonna open two terminals real quick here, one on the right, one on the left. Okay, so they're both in a testing directory. I'm gonna create two folders here. Folder 1, folder 1, folder 2. So on the left, I'll be in CD folder 1. Oh, and here I'll go in folder 2. Okay. In folder 1, I create a new file, touch myfile.txt. Okay, the file is only in folder 1. In folder 2 there is nothing. Okay, just for the sake of it, it's empty, total 0. Right now, if I want to move this file from folder 1 to folder 2, it's very simple. Just type the mv command. Now mv command have a certain kind of syntax, by the way, which looks something like this. mv, file name, destination, path. So here, mv file name is my file, and then the path where you want to move it. So I want to move it in home. You have to give the whole path, by the way. Home, Kali, testing, folder 2. So this way it will direct to that particular path where you want to move it. So when I press enter, it's not in folder 1 anymore. I do it in folder 2, and there we have it. So it just like move the file from one place to another. But copy it is exactly the same. You just have to use a command called cp command, which is for copying. So if I want to copy this file in there, so cp, again, same thing, file name, which is my file, and then the path, the absolute path of the destination. So I have it in both locations here and here as well. So this way you can change paths, you can move files, you can copy files, you can delete and create files and folders and stuff like that. Now comes the file editing, which is done with the help of a very simple and innocent looking tool called Nano. Nano is nothing but the notepad of your Kali Linux in terminal, basically. We have a notepad thing here in Kali, which is this. It's called mouse pad. It's the same thing. It's like the notepad in here. You can type whatever you want, but we don't want to use it because we are terminal people now. We are the CLI guys, so we're gonna depend on the CLI itself. So let's say I have a file here called my file, right? And I want to edit this file. I'm going to open it with the notepad, which is Nano. Nano is a command line interface notepad functionality, which helps you edit the content of the file and save it. It's very simple to use. You just have to type Nano. It's pre-installed in Kali Linux, by the way, so you don't need to worry about that. And then the file name, my file. There you go. So when I press enter, it will change the interface. Just take a look. There you go. It changed the whole interface, right? On the top, I can see the name of the file that I am editing. On the very top, you can see myfile.txt. At the bottom, there are some functionalities which I'm just going to explain to you, a few of them. The rest we will learn gradually as we use it. To write any content in here, you just have to type it in, of course. This is some random stuff from Wikipedia. Right, and I'm literally going to go on Wikipedia and copy some random stuff. I was just reading about this, so I'm just going to copy this stuff. Yes, I'm also interested in physics, especially like astrophysics. Okay, so I'm going to paste it here, paste clipboard. There you go. I have the whole stuff. Now I want to save it. You see on the top, after the file name, there's a star. There's an asterisk. Now this asterisk it symbolizes that the file is not saved. This is some change that has been made to the file and you need to save it before you exit. So that is important. To save the file, it's really simple. You basically, when you're saving it, what you're doing is you're creating an output. You're making a new output to a file, right? That's what you're doing. And yeah, that's what it means here. Give me a second. So, okay, oh, my screen stopped. Right. It's okay. There you go. All right. So, um, basically, you do three things. You do read, write, and execute in a system. You are either reading a particular file, or you're writing something inside it, or you're executing some files. These are the only three activities that takes place in a system. Here, when we talk about saving a file, we are basically creating an output. We are writing an output. Hence, when you are doing this in Kali, you have to create an output, you have to write it out, and hence it shows at the bottom here, write out functionality. What's wrong with this? Hmm. Apparently it's not. Oh, there we go. I don't know what was wrong with that. Anyway, so we have to, like, as I said, close it. Give me a second. Okay. So to write it out, you have to follow the shortcut Control plus um, O. Control O is the shortcut. So in the terminal, you have to do Control O. At the bottom, it will ask you the file name to write. What is the name of the file that you want to write? So is it going to be the same, myfile.txt, or you can remove it and even change it if you want? Could be newfile.txt. If you want to change it, doesn't matter. And when I press enter, it will save it. Okay. Save file under different name or the same file in the same name. If I press Y, it did. You can see now the file's name is newfile.txt. And to get out of this, to exit this notepad thing, do Control X. Control X will exit. I'm back. See? Simple. Just a second. Just a second, guys. Okay. So that's how you come in and out of a nano is the notepad editor, or I should say CLI notepad editor. Interesting, isn't it? You can edit files in the command line itself. That's interesting. Now, cat is the command for content viewing. It's actually short for concatenate, but let's not get into that. What cat command will do, view the content of a file. Okay, it is to view the content of a file, not a folder, by the way. So never do cat and then a folder name. Always do cat and a file name. Let's say I want to see the content in this file. I will do cat. By the way, new name is there. There's a new file. file.txt, cat new file.txt. It shows me the content inside it directly. This way you can see the content of any kind of file that you don't really think that you want to execute or open. If you want to see the content, you can do it this way. Let's say there is a code or a script that I send it to you and you don't want to, you know, execute it directly. You want to see the content, you can do cat and then the file name. That's it. These are some of the basic commands here for Linux that you will require to navigate in and out and use some file systems. There's definitely a lot more stuff, literally a lot more stuff, which we will learn on the go. Because if I will be teaching you Linux, then definitely I have to take a couple of days sessions only to teach you Linux, because Linux is really deep and really a lot of things are there to understand. So we're gonna learn that gradually on the go. And additionally, mm, I was gonna tell you something. Yeah, so these are some of the files. And okay, the next topic that I'm gonna teach you is the privilege and its management, how you change and modify and everything. But before I move on to that, we have been connected for almost like a couple of hours now. How about we take a 10 minutes break? Raise your hand or put that in the chat box if you agree. Okay, Supon agrees with me. How about the rest of you guys? Chad as well. Yusuf is good, I believe. In that case, let's take a 10 minutes break. Get yourself a glass of water, stretch yourself a little bit, and we guys will be back. If there's anything that you want to contribute in the meanwhile, put that in the chat box and we'll discuss after the break. Okay, guys, we're back from the break. Okay, so we will continue with the privilege system, understanding the privileges. So I told about this command called ll and how it shows you the privilege of various files and folders and some more information, as you can see here. And also I mentioned you about the three privileges that there are: read, write, and execute. Now, as for the basic understanding, that's what we do. And that's what every user in your system is going to do as well. They are either going to read, write, or execute some information inside a file, right? Okay, if you analyze this information, every file system is also having the same three set of permissions, which is read, write, and execute, but in a set of three. So it's like RWX for root, RWX, and RWX. So this one is for the root user, your root account, the user account, and for the guest account. All three set of permission for all three of them. This is exactly how it is shown here. The letter D represents that it is a directory, because for a file it does not show a letter D. You see that? There's no letter D. So if there's a D in front of it, that means it's a directory and not a file. So it's just a representation. And yeah, so this is how the permission looks like. If you see, if this is how it's written, just take a look. If this is the kind of permission given to a particular file, RWX R X X. This means that to the root user, only read and write permission is given. Execute permission is not there. For the normal user, only read and execute is given. You cannot write into a file. And for the guest user, only execute permission is there. You cannot read or you cannot write into a file. As you can see here as well, we have only read and write permission and same permissions for both user and the root. Question is how these permissions are allocated. What is the logic behind this kind of allocation? The logic is very simple. There is a command which is called the chmod command. Okay. And there is a very simple table on which the chmod command works. I'll tell you what that is. Let's take a look. Okay. Give me a second. Rather than drawing, I will show you. It's better. Just Google chmod table. You will see this green table, which is really, really simple to understand right here. I'll open this image in a new tab for you. Okay, there you go. You can see it's there are number systems in our computer. As we know, the computer understands the language of binary, zeros and one, right? But we don't talk in zeros and ones. We talk in different number system. They are. I'll tell you that later. We don't talk in binary. We talk basically in general number system. But if you will see here, for three permissions, there is this binary conversion that is done here that you can understand. For permission r dash dash, there's a number assigned number 4, which is having a binary conversion to 100. Basically, 1 represents the availability of permission and 0 represents the absence of permission. Basically, in binary system, zeros and 1 is nothing but true and false, right? So false is the absence of permission, whereas true is the presence. That means if the permission is there, it's going to be 1. Permission is not there, it's going to be 0. Permission is there is 1. So this becomes r dash x. That means w is 0 right now. That means the w is not available. So if the permission is something like this, the conversion would something look like r 110 101 001. You see that? So that's a difference. But this kind of conversion is really long and it is more complex to understand and even remember for that sake. So there is a another conversion given to this so that we can understand it in a simpler terms, which is this one, the octal 0 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. There's only 7 kind of permissions that can exist as per the permutation of different permission that can be given, because we have to provide 3 permissions only, not more than that, not less than that. Out of these 3, we have to make a permutation that which one is provided and which one is absent. And based on that, there is only 8 permutation that can exist from 0 to 7. So if you will see for 110, it is number 6. For 101, it is number 5, and for 001, it is number 1. So this automatically becomes 651. This is easy to remember, isn't it? So this conversion becomes more simple when we convert it into a format that we understand better. This is what the computer understands, this is what we understand. So this actually means 651. But what if I want to change it to something like this? Take a look. RWX, RW, and R dash dash. Now it is totally different. This becomes 7 as per the table because ultimately it is 111. This is 110. This is 100. Right? So 111 is 7. You can see triple one is 7. And 110 is number 6. So this becomes 6. And 100 is number 4. So I have to make a conversion from 651 to 764 to convert this permission into this permission. Get it? So this permission has to be changed into this. So from 651 it becomes 764. Let's take a real example here. Let's take an example for this file. It is rw dash r dash dash and r dash dash. So the number automatically becomes rw dash number 6, r dash dash becomes number 4, and number 4. So the actual permission that is given is 644. And let's say I want to make it something like rwx rw r r dash dash, the exact one that we created. Why am I reusing this permission table is because this way I am giving basically the root user all the access to read, write, execute, right? But to the normal user, I am only giving the read and write access, no execution access, and the guest user is given just the read access. That means it can only read, not execute, not write, no do anything. Only read information, that's it. So limited functionality. So 764 becomes really optimal for any security practice. So that's exactly what it means. So I have to change it from 644 to 764. How would I do that? I will use this thing called chmod. So the implementation is very simple. What you have to do is type chmod, give the permission number. Let's say I want to change it to 764, and then the name of the file, which is in our case myfile.txt, right? So this basically will convert whatever permission into this permission right here. So let's try it out. As of now, it is 644 as we saw. We type chmod. Oh, we need sudo for this. I'll tell you what is sudo, don't worry. I'll explain that. Chmod 764 and then myfile.txt. Simple. Press enter and it changes. Asking for password, I put my password, I press enter. Done. LL. Now you can see the permissions are changed from this to this, to my desired permission access. I hope this was self-explanatory also, and also this was understood. Yes, chat, this command also, the chat shared a command here, echo command. This also actually inserts some input inside a particular file. So thanks for the input for that. Okay, So this was about the privilege assignment, how you assign a privilege to a file, or even this can also work for a folder. If you want to do the same, just give the folder name. So that's how it works. That's ch mod for you. Ch mod is actually short for change and modify. Right. And that's what exactly it does. It changes and modifies the permission that is assigned to a particular file. Also, after you do chmod, it will definitely change the timestamp also. So that's what it did. Okay. So yeah, that's pretty much the basic commands that you needed to know for now. Now let's get back to our module that we are working with. Um, I close it. Okay, give me a second. Let me just check how much progress is done. There's a lot of theory in here, and I just explained a lot of stuff with a lot of definitions, so we can definitely skip that part, which we have covered. But I'll definitely want to explain whatever is in the module. Okay, I think this is where we start. Yeah, there are different types of attacks also. So various attacks are classified as passive, active, close-in, insider, and distribution attacks. Before I proceed, please give me a second. Okay, thank you so much for having patience. Really appreciate that. All right. So classification of attacks can be divided into 5 parts: passive, active, close-in, insider, and distribution attacks. We'll just go by the simplest definitions right here. Now, passive attack do not tamper with the data and involve accepting and monitoring network traffic and data flow on the target network. Examples include sniffing and eavesdropping. And okay, you can take it this way: a passive attack is something that disrupts the indirect target. We'll understand with a better definition down below, I think. Okay. Yeah, you can see here. This attack involves intercepting and monitoring network traffic. Majorly, monitoring works in passive attacks on the target network and do not tamper with the data. Attackers can perform reconnaissance, which is basically information gathering, collecting more information on the network activities using sniffers. They basically sniff different packets and whatever transaction is going on. These attacks are very difficult to detect as attacker has no active interaction with the target system. There is no active interaction. That means there is no direct interaction. Passive attack allows target to capture data files or being transmitted. An attacker can obtain information such as unencrypted data to transit, clear text credentials, or even sensitive information that can be used for performing attacks. So basically, in passive attacks, you majorly collect information. There are two things that happens here. First thing is the recon, which is collecting information, and then there is this thing called enumeration. Enumeration is all about extracting even deeper details about a particular utility. So let's say I can know in the recon phase that there are 23 ports open, right? But in the enumeration phase, I will check. Oh, just a second. Yeah, in the enumeration phase, I'll check every single port for its details, that what is a service, what is the version number, and everything else. So enumeration is like a step ahead after reconnaissance. The example of passive attacks are footprinting, sniffing, eavesdropping, network traffic analysis, decryption of weakly encrypted traffic, and stuff like that. In active attack, you basically disrupt the communication and you make the attack actually happen, because this is the direct communication between the hacker and the target. The attackers launch attack on the target system by sending traffic actively that may or may not be directed. I would like to use it that way. These attacks are performed on target network to exploit the information in transit. They penetrate or infect the target's internal network to gain access to a remote system or compromise the internal network. You see, these words like compromise and penetrate and exploit, these are all the professional terms we use as a hacker or as a cybersecurity expert. Don't say that the network was hacked. What we say is the network was compromised. These are just some terminologies, doesn't matter, you can call it whatever, but still, for the sake of it. Attacks that can include is like DOS attack. Denial of service, if you know, is an attack. Let's say this is a client and this is the Amazon web server, or this is a random website for that matter, not Amazon web server, right? This is a web server. Now the web server can handle, let's say, 500 GB of web traffic. That means it can handle 500 packets at a time. Let's just, assume 500 packets. Now, if the client is a hacker and if this client sends 800 packets, so if the web server is poorly configured, it will not be able to handle that much traffic and it will stop responding to the users. It will go down. This is when it denies any other service, which is what is meant by denial of service, DOS attack. That means the web server denies any other kind of service any further because there is a huge amount of traffic that just came in. Then there is malware attacks, bypassing protection mechanism, firewall, and IDS attack. IDS is short for intrusion detection system. There are two type of security mechanisms that works: IDS and IPS, which is short for intrusion detection system, and IPS is intrusion prevention system. These are two like mechanism that works in addition to firewall. These are not replacements of firewall, or they doesn't consist inside the firewall. These are external additional mechanism that can be added in a network or a network system architecture for protection purposes. There is another hybrid system called the UTM, which is short for a unified threat machine or mechanism, whatever you call. So UTM is like a hybrid of IDS and IPS, both with some additional services added. So UTM is also one of the example. For UTM, you can also do your research on a Sophos UTM, which is very famously used in multiple big companies because like it's one of the most widely used. And yeah, in my experience, I have majorly worked with Sophos. IDS and IPS are used by small scale organizations where it doesn't have a lot of attack surface. But if you have a bigger attack surface, a UTM is always recommended. Moving on here, there are a lot of attacks here. You can see they have mentioned modification or information, spoofing attack, replay attacks, man in the middle, XSS, SQL, backdoor. See, out of these all attacks, I am gonna tell you 80%, 85% of all of them, or maybe more if possible for me. I'm gonna show all of them. I'm gonna tell you like how they work in the backend and how the hacker is actually going to make that attack instead of just the theory part. So you can hold on to that. Next category and the classification is the close-in attack. In this attack, these attacks are performed when attacker is in close physical proximity. Let's say if the wireless strength of your company is limited to, let's say, 40 meters. I don't know if it is possible, but anyway, it's 40 meters. And if the hacker is, let's say, 1.5 miles away, right? Then definitely he have to be inside the proximity of your wireless connection in order to make a network attack. So that automatically becomes a close-in attack. That means they have to be in a close proximity. They have to be either in the campus premises, or they have to be in the range at least. For example, the attacker might shoulder surf user credentials. It's like when you are putting in your credentials in the ATM. Chad might relate to this thing. He might have heard of this kind of stuff. That people can see by standing behind you what kind of numbers you're putting in. And based on that, they can do a lot of other stuff, like maybe use it against you, or they can also log into your account, or they can do the various kind of stuff. Attackers can gain close proximity to surreptitious entry, open access, or both. Social engineering is the major form of close-in attacks. Eavesdropping, shoulder surfing, dumpster diving, and other methods. Dumpster diving is like, let's say if you work for a company that works with financial data or maybe auditing information, and they have a lot of paperwork and they just throw it away in the dumpster. Hackers can literally go inside the dumpster and find those papers and use that information against the company or their clients, because that information is, really it's important, it's necessary. Even shredders, let's say if this is a paper, I'm not making this up, this is real. If this is a paper and shredders are there which shred them paper in this format in strips, trust me when I say this, there was an attack on AT&T where the hackers literally went into the dumpsters, collected these shreds, binded them again into a paper format, and read all the information that was written on the paper. So that is the extent the hackers can really go if they want to target a company or organization. So shredders have now started to cut them in various bits and pieces, and they are obliged to throw these pieces in two separate bags so that they can never be, uh, there's no possibility remaining to be read again. So that's what hackers also do. So yeah, it's weird and it's really creepy, but there are a lot of kind of people. Yeah. So then there is insider threats. Insider threat is performed by a trusted person of an organization who is inside working as an employee of the company. This could be, okay, I am not targeting, but this is in the most of the cases I've seen. I have worked with forensic department, I've worked with the defense organizations. I've seen this happening, that a lot of IT people also are having sometimes a malicious intent of making the attacks. And there are a lot of insider threats in, especially in the financial organizations, because the people who have the IT intellect, they can manipulate the technology in a way that normal people cannot do, and that's when the suspicious activity arises. Insider attack involves using privileged access to violate rules or intentionally cause a threat to the organization information and systems. Insiders can easily bypass security rules, corrupt valuable resources, and access sensitive information. So that's insider attack. I don't need to explain this to you. I think you will understand because you work in IT and you know how sensitive things are. You have created policies for people to use technology in certain ways, so you understand the basic and understand the logic behind how insider attack can work. Then there is a thing called a distribution attack. This is one of the most silliest kind of attack. See, in hacking, in cybersecurity domain, there is a saying that there is no limit, there's no limitation to human stupidity. Again, I'm going to repeat, there is no limitation to human stupidity. People can be really really stupid, and I mean, it's a very offensive word to say, but that's how it is. That's a reality. If anyone of you follows Andrew Tate, you might relate to it, that people are really stupid sometimes, and they fall for really simple stuff. If you are in a parking lot and you see a pen drive lying around, there is a 85 to 90% chance the employee will take the pen drive and definitely put that in the computer. And this have happened many times. There is a practice that we follow. It is called red team practice. It's called red teaming. I don't know if you have heard of it. I was a part of red teaming in PwC back in 2019. I was working on a couple of projects in India. So red teaming involves various kind of practices where we are paid to attack the company, to simulate the attacks, and we spread at least, I think, if I remember it correctly, maybe 120 pen drives in the parking lot with malicious codes. And out of 120, you'll be shocked to know, out of 120, there were 107 pen drives that were inserted in the company systems by the employees. 107. And that's a big number. And this was a very reputed pharmaceutical company, by the way. So my point is, people are really stupid sometimes, and you cannot trust everyone for their intellect, because you don't know how silly somebody can be. So distribution attack occurs when attacker tampers with hardware or software prior to the installation. I can maybe send you a game that this is GTA 6, the unreleased version, just for you, and this is included with a malware. So when you basically install GTA 6, but you're also installing the malware along with it, or maybe I can send you a pen drive which is supposed to have some information that you might like, but at the same time it also have some malwares that can, do stuff. Attackers leverage these backdoors to gain unauthorized access, so you know what the attackers do, so I don't need to tell you that. So yeah, these are the classification of different type of attacks that takes place in a general case scenario in cybersecurity. Then we have a topic of information warfare. Now becomes a little bit political. Okay, this is not just now a tech thing. You must have heard of the Russia versus Ukraine war going on, right? And the Russian hackers are really competent, and they're really persuasive. They have taken down more than 90% of communication taking in Ukraine. There is no legitimate and reliable form of communication in Ukraine as of now, as we are speaking. The government are really depending on person to person information, because they cannot rely on their communication systems, because their satellites are under continuous, what do you say, attack, or on the threat of attack by the Russian hackers. So that's information warfare basically. It refers to the use of information and communication technologies to gain competitive advantages over an opponent. That's exactly what's happening in Russia versus Ukraine. This can also happen between two companies, Two companies can be on war against each other. I mean, under the legal boundaries, of course, they will not be killing their employees or stuff like that. But yes, the information can be used in multiple ways. If company A knows something on company B, they can pay hackers to spread that kind of information or use that information against company B. So this kind of stuff happens all the time. Trust me when I say this. If you guys have time later, watch a web series called Mr. Robot that is completely based on hacking, on cybersecurity stuff. So it's really intriguing, and it gives you a completely different perspective as a security expert or a security administrator or whatever. So yeah, you'll know a lot of things about information warfare and different kind of stuff. Mr. Robot, that's a name. You can watch it later. So there are two type of warfares: defensive and offensive. It refers to all the strategies and action designed to defend against these assets, the communication and technology assets. And offensive is when you're attacking an opponent. So it's basically the same thing. Either you're defending, either you're the one punching the guy, or either you're the one being punched. So it's all about that. So not extending this topic much, because you already have understood what happens. The world is a dirty place right now, unfortunately. A lot of bad thing happens there. Okay, so this is a hacking methodology. Just take a look here. There are 4 steps: footprinting, scanning, enumeration, vulnerability analysis. The CHM, the CH hacking methodology, defines a step-by-step process to perform ethical hacking. Ethical hacking. See the term here? This is again a politically correct word. This is hacking is not a crime, by the way, for in the first place. Hacking is just an activity of finding an alternate way of doing something. If there's one door to access a room, and if I come from a window, basically I just hacked the room. But that doesn't mean that I broke the law until unless I'm breaking into somebody else's home. So that's exactly the same case with hacking. And I am very much against this term ethical hacking because, I mean, there is no such thing as ethical hacking. But again, people are following it. So here we are. That's my personal opinion. So it doesn't matter. The CHM follows the same process that of an attacker. And the only difference is that the hacking goals and strategies. This methodology helps security professionals and ethical hackers understand various phases followed by the real hackers in order to achieve their objective. Now, let me just modify this as per my experience and let me tell you something about it. I consider there are 5 phases of hacking. The first phase is obviously for reconnaissance, then there is enumeration, then there is a phase of um, exploitation, there is a phase of persistence, then there's a phase of mm, anonymity. Now, let me explain all these phases real quick. See, reconnaissance is the phase where the hacker gains information about you. Let's say I am maybe I'm gonna hack Yusuf, okay? And this is in this phase, I am basically going to attack Yusuf and check. I'm going to gain access on Yusuf. That I'm sorry. I'm going to gain information on Yusuf. I'm going to collect information about Yusuf, that what kind of things he's doing or what kind of stuff he do on the internet, or what's exactly is happening on his system, what services are there, what kind of things he uses, right? Just gaining information, basic information. In enumeration phase, I will basically collect more in-depth details and define my strategy. This is where I define the strategy, that how I'm going to actually perform the attack. This is where I make the decision. In the exploitation phase is the phase where I actually perform the attack. In the persistence phase, I create a backdoor. And in the anonymity phase, I hide my identity. That's exactly how a hacker works. Gaining information, collecting details, defining strategy, performing the attack, creating a backdoor, and then hiding the identity. Now, let's understand it step by step. I'll explain to you from your example. Let's say there is a guy, Adam, I'm going to hack. I need to know about Adam. So in the reconnaissance phase, I know that he's using Instagram, right? And he used a couple of other social media like Twitter, maybe Facebook, or I don't know. So in enumeration, I got to know that on Instagram he follows a couple of web pages, and Instagram pages like for workout, for fitness, for gym. So I know that that's his interest, that's his point, and this is where I will define my strategy. I'll create a fake web page that sells like fitness supplements, like protein powders and stuff like that. And in the exploitation phase, I will be sending him the link in order to click on that web page, and I'll be providing him some sort of discount. Let's say if $100 protein powder is he's going to get for 200, only $20. So that's a very appalling deal, and there is a 90% chance he will fall for it because this happens all the time. By the way, I know it sounds stupid, but that does happens. And as soon as he basically logs into my portal, I have his access. I have his email account, I have his IP address, I have his, maybe if he buys us stuff, I have his credit card information and stuff. Once I have the access to his details, I'll maintain the persistence. That means if I have his Gmail account, okay, let's suppose I am the hacker and I have Adam's Gmail account. Next thing the hacker will do is that he will change the recovery options so that Adam can never get it back. I'll change the recovery phone number, recovery questions, recovery email address, whatever recovery phases are there, I'll just remove them all. And then I'll go anonymous. I'll remove my website that I created, I'll delete it. I'll delete my Instagram page, I'll delete everything so that you cannot trace me back in any form or method. So this is exactly how a hacker thinks, and this is exactly how the hacker will proceed with these 5 phases only. No matter what are you going to hack, you have to go through these 5 phases all the time. You cannot skip any one of them, by the way. So that's the 5 phases. They have basically shortened it down to four, but more or less it's the same thing if you'll see. So in footprinting, you are collecting information. Scanning, you are enumerating more details. Enumeration, I mean, these both are the same thing. I don't know why they have differentiated between them. More or less the same. And then there's a vulnerability analysis. This is where you are also defining strategy and finding more loopholes. So it can be considered as the exploitation phase. But this phase and this phase are the same thing, the gaining access, where you are exploiting, you're cracking passwords, you're executing scripts and stuff like that. Then you maintain the access, which is exactly what we do in persistence. Remember, you maintain your access in there. Anyhow, you leave a backdoor, you delete all the recovery processes and everything. And then clearing the logs is anonymity, where you make sure that you will not be caught in any way. So that's exactly the same thing, but they have like bifurcated in 4 steps instead of five. But I believe this 5 step strategy is more understandable, because like it makes more sense to me and also to a lot of students. I hope it makes sense to you also. So these are the 5 phases of hacking that we actually deal with all the time. These 4 phases and then further bifurcation of 2 more phases, I think it's more confusing and it creates more conundrum. So it's better if we stick to the 5 phase methodology, or I mean whatever suits best to you to understand. I've explained both of them. Next we have is this PDF takes time to load. I don't know why. Okay, there we go. The cyber kill chain methodology. Okay, this is important to understand, by the way. We have understood how the hacker works, right? Now let's understand how we work as a security expert defending our network. There's a thing called CKCM, which is Cyber Kill Chain Methodology. It is a component of intelligence-driven defense for the identification and prevention of malicious intrusion activities. Activities. That means somebody's trying to attack you. So again, the first phase goes by none other than reconnaissance, obviously. Because why not? You have to gain more information until unless you want to make an attack. You need more information. That's one of the biggest requirements. Gather data on the target to probe for weak points. There is weaponization, which is creating a deliverable malicious payload to exploit, and a backdoor. Then there's the delivery system, that how it is delivered. I told you about the USB methodology. I also told you about the Instagram methodology, like how people can target you, they can create a fake website and stuff like that. So the delivery is also a very big part of the cyber kill attack. Then is the exploitation phase. After this is the installation, because once you exploit, okay, let me tell you the difference. If you are confused, what is the difference between them? They sound the same, but they are not actually. I'll tell you that. Hold on. Okay. So we're talking about the exploitation. So let's understand that this, if let's say if this is let's say we are using VLC media player. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of it. VLC media player is used for music and audio files and video files kind of stuff, media playing basically. VLC media player. And let's assume that there is a vulnerability in the volume function. Okay, you increase the volume, you decrease the volume, right? Two functions. Let's say there is a vulnerability in the memory system where I store the volume information. Let's say there is a vulnerability here, and somebody in the community have created an exploit. We call it EV, which is an exploit for VLC. This EV is the exploit basically that can attack onto this vulnerability. Okay, so when I use this exploit to attack this application, it will affect the vulnerability, and once the vulnerability is affected, it will give you the access onto that particular application or maybe on the system, and after this the execution works. Execution of what? Remember, execution of the payload. I hope it makes sense now. The exploit is just a weapon to make the entry. Okay, once you are inside, you use a payload to make the execution of whatever you want to do. Let's say after the exploitation is done, I got the access, and in the execution I want to remove all data. Remove all data. That means everything will be cleared. So that will be done with the payload. The exploit will not do that because exploits functionality is just to give me the access, which it have already given. Now I have to design a payload separately, which will basically remove all the data. So that's a different thing. So these are the phases through which exploit and a payload works, and execution and exploitation are two different things. Similarly seen here, the exploitation and then the installation of a malware works where basically, you know, the payload is executed. After this, there is a C2C that opens, which is a command and control channel to communicate and pass the data back and forth. As I mentioned here, that the attack just took place and I got the access. I gained the access here, right? So what will happen is if I am the hacker and if I have attacked into the victim system, so basically it after gaining the access, I will get a new channel, a C2C channel, which is command and control channel to communicate with the system. It will open a new tunnel for me basically. So let's say, you guys know networking, so I will use an example. Let's say the hacker system and the hacker and the regular system, the victim, is connected on port number 22. Okay, you know this is for SSH. They are using SSH. Okay, this is the way of communication, and this is what hacker have exploited. Hacker exploited the SSH channel and gained access over the system. But now the attack is not going on SSH on port number 22. Hacker used an exploit. Sorry, hacker used a payload. Used a payload which opens port number, let's say 4432. Oh, wrong choice of number. Let's say 3896. This is a random port number. So there will be a new channel that will be established on port number 3896, wherein the hacker will be basically accessing the system. So it doesn't happen over the regular channel on which the exploitation is done. A new channel is opened up, which is what we call the C2C channel, the command and control channel. And this is where the hacker will send commands to control the victim system. It will not be always on the main target service. It doesn't have to be on the main target service. The hacker can also open a new port number. Let's say I know that the VLC media is corrupted, VLC media player is corrupted, and I uninstall it. Doesn't matter, because once the hacker have gained access, he can open a new port number, a new service, which is actually giving him the access. So even if I remove VLC media player, it will not solve the problem, because I still have an open service which is sending the signal back to the hacker. So that's exactly how it works. Removing VLC is not the solution. The solution is to block the service which is basically giving him the access, which is to block the command and control server so that the communication can be blocked. After this, there's action on objectives, like whatever you want to do. Once the command and control is opened, you want to delete the files, you want to add something, whatever you want to do, or you just want to make the surveillance. So that's the cyber kill methodology. This is exactly how an attack works in a real time. That this is like a step-by-step guide of all the 5 phases. That there is a reconnaissance, you weaponize it, you deliver it, the exploitation takes place, then it installs a payload, a server, a command and control server is open, and then you do whatever you want to do. So that's what is explained in a cyber kill methodology. These are simple, I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 steps here. It is also mentioned in the theory here, the same thing. The reconnaissance, what you do exactly in the reconnaissance, the activities that takes place. In the weaponization, how you basically weaponize your payload or your exploit. I'm not going through a theory because I'm going to show you the practicals for all these things. So I think that will make more sense, right? And then the delivery, how you are actually going to deliver, how you're going to exploit, everything else. So that's the cyber kill chain methodology. Okay, now this is also important, something called a tactics, technique, and procedures, TTPs. Now, this information comes handy when you are a security analyst. Okay, emphasize on the word analyst. You are analyzing the security infrastructure, the solutions. TTPs refer to the pattern of activities and method associated with a specific threat actor or group. Remember, I told you about threat actors. These are nothing but hackers. We call them threat actors. Or this could also be, some malwares, an AI bot that might be hacking a company. Could be anything. Hackers, basically. So the tactic is nothing but the guidelines that describe way an attacker performs the attack. That what is their tactic? I mean, it's a literal English word. You can understand that from beginning to end. Technique is the method used, and the procedure is the organizational approach that target actor follow. These sound really synonymous, right? I mean, tactics and techniques and procedures and techniques, like they're really interchangeable, but they have a different meaning to it. So in tactics, in this guideline, basically for tactics, we perform initial exploitation, privilege escalation, and lateral movement, and to deploy major and a system for other purposes. Okay, you know what? This definition will confuse you even more. Let's scroll down a little bit. Okay, here tactics describe the way the attacker operates during different phases of attack. Take a look. How the attacker is going to operate in different phases of attack, that how they are collecting information, how they are exploiting, how they are maintaining anonymity, all these things are noted. Then in the technique phase, in the technique analysis, oh, there's a lot of theory. You guys have a lot of things to read now. um, Threat actors use several techniques during its execution of an attack. These techniques include initial exploitation, setting up and maintaining command and control channels, accessing the target infrastructure. See, this is where they analyze the kind of technology the attacker is using. What kind of channels are being opened? What kind of exploits were used? What was the programming language in? right? And what was the flow of code, how the code was made. See, every developer, see, the thing is, there is a saying in our domain, which is, every hacker can be a developer, but not a developer, but not every developer can be a hacker. Because hackers know how to create stuff, right? And they know the ins and out. But a developer doesn't think about security much. Their main purpose is to just create a solution, right? They just have to create an application. It doesn't matter to them if it is secure or not. They just write the code, it works, and that's it. But a hacker knows how to manipulate the code and how to manipulate different stuff with their code. So here in technique, we also analyze that how the hacker is basically creating a particular script, and what is the flow of every function, so that we can analyze and see what kind of defense can be created for the same kind of thing. Understanding the tactics and techniques, let's scroll down to procedures, TTPs. These are very analytical things. I mean, these doesn't, frankly speaking, out of experience, uh, there's going to be only a couple of instances, maybe in your whole 4 to 5 years of career, where you will actually implement these things. But again, because it's a part of curriculum, we are going through it. Procedure involve a sequence of action performed by threat actors to execute different steps of an attack lifecycle. The sequence of actions, and what they do first. Do they, I mean, do the reconnaissance and exploitation at the same time, like trial and hit and error method? Or if they are maintaining the anonymity at the same time while they are doing reconnaissance, that kind of stuff? Or if they are actually scanning, are they also trying the exploitation purposes? Or while exploitation, they are also maintaining the access? Whatever, I mean, how the procedure is, basically there are a lot of permutation that can go on and on. So that's the TTP for you. Not that commonly used, or not even something that will come across to you very frequently. There's a lot of examples here. Okay, now let's understand this framework. It is important. The Mitri attack framework. It is a globally accessible knowledge base of different attacks and techniques based on real world observations. The attack knowledge base is used as a foundation for the development of a specific threat model. Threat model is basically a solution that is derived for a particular kind of threat. And methodology in private sector, government, and cybersecurity product and service community. This is a pre-attack phase when the attack is not taken place already. So in the reconnaissance phase and weaponize, and then this is the attack phase where you basically deliver, exploit, control, execute, and maintain the access. So nothing new here. We have already seen these things. When I'll teach you system hacking, I'll explain the implementation of Mitre attack better, because understanding the theory will not suffice and will not clear the motive of this framework. But when I'll show you that how you choose an exploit, or how you create a defensive solution, maybe then you will be able to relate to this information a little bit more. So for now, I'm gonna skip this theory. Just a second. Um, Hold on. I mean, come on. I don't really need to tell you what is ethical hacking. Ethical hacking is just a practice that you're performing with a legal compliance and with a permission to hack into the system and find vulnerabilities and provide a particular solution. I think there is no other definition that can provide you a better understanding of ethical hacking. They have provided you tons of theory for your own understanding. They have explained various subtopics into it for those who don't really know anything about technology at all. But ethical hacking is nothing but just a legal practice of finding security solutions. That's it. I cannot really simplify it any better than this. Okay, what's this? This is important, I think. Yeah, okay. The continual and adaptive security strategy. See, there are a lot of skills for a security expert, but to use the skills is what is important. Here, we are going to implement certain kind of skills and certain kind of technologies in order to implement the best solution. So it's divided into four different parts. You can see the first part is to protect, then there's detect, respond, and predict. So protection comes in the topmost priority because this is where you are basically defending, creating a defense. See, I can divide it into two parts here. Hold on, just a second. There you go. So I can divide this into two parts, which will explain you, I think. Part one is pre-attack phase, and part two is the post-attack phase. In pre-attack phase, we can protect, and we can also detect. Oh, what the word detect, right? In post-attack phase, we basically respond and predict. Actually, no, protect and predict is in pre-attack phase, and detect and respond. Yeah, I'm sorry, my bad. Okay, this data can respond. So if you will see, it's very self-explanatory. Before the attack takes place ever, you can either protect your systems and can make different kind of predictions for a different kind of attack. You are basically just finding vulnerabilities and fixing them. That's what you're doing here. But once the attack is done, post-attack phase, you can detect the cause and then respond to it accordingly. So pre-attack and post-attack, they have in the curriculum they have mentioned it in such a way that it doesn't make sense because protect, detect, and respond and predict 1, 2, 3, and 4. But don't go by the serial numbers here. Go by the logic. This is what the logic actually explains. This is coming out of experience. Trust me on this one. Protect and predict is something that you do before the attack takes place because you cannot detect the attack until it has happened, right? And you can respond to anything which has not happened yet. So this also automatically comes in the post attack phase. In protection phase, you are creating defensive strategies that how you can defend against a particular type of a vulnerability or malware. In detection, you do continuous threat monitoring. See, three words we have read: threat actors, then we read about threat modeling, and now it's monitoring. Threat actors are hackers, the bad guys, bad people who are trying to hack into you. Threat model is to create a strategy which will basically protect your system or protect your infrastructure. Threat monitoring is the practice of monitoring different kind of malicious activities that takes place. Simple. These are simple things, but because we call it with such a word like threat modeling and threat monitoring, it can confuse you sometimes, but it's the same stuff. Respond is incident response, that how you are actually going to patch a particular kind of vulnerability. This is where sorry, this is where risk management also comes into action. Risk management have the least to do with technical skill set. This is where you have to prioritize which what. See, the thing is, in an organization a lot of things takes place, okay? There's a lot of things. It's not just your technical infrastructure, it is also about a lot of financial stuff. So let's say there are two PC. I'm going to take similar kind of example, two PC, and just taking random example, one server and maybe three switches, or I don't know if you know about load balancers. It's basically used to maintain the availability of the servers. So let's say all these things are under attack. You as a hacker have to decide which one should be fixed first. They have all been attacked, they have all been exploited. You have to put the priority which one should be fixed first. Now, this is the complicated part. It is not your decision. It is not your decision. There is a complete different separate team for this, which actually maintains the risk management and there's another one, threat modeling. The team for risk management and threat modeling, and they make the decision based on the business. They make the decision based on business continuity and finances. Basically they have to make sure, they have to decide that which one should be fixed first and how much it's going to cost. And if the, let's say if something have a priority 1, so obviously it had to be fixed. But if something have a priority of, let's say, 16, definitely it can be fixed later. That means it is not that important. It can be fixed maybe in a couple of months, maybe next month, maybe they can be provided a free solution or something like that, maybe a simple replacement can work out. So based on the priority of the vulnerability, the decisions are made. There's a lot of calculation that is done in the background. Maybe we'll learn some of them in the upcoming sessions. But yeah, that's how it works. You just cannot go and fix any system at random at your will as a security expert or security analyst. You have to take a permission from the team which decides the risk management and threat modeling, and based on that you will be provided the flow of response, that how you are supposed to respond to that particular incident. That's how it takes place. And then there is a prediction model, risk and vulnerability assessment, attack surface analysis, and threat intelligence. Another word, threat intelligence. Intelligence is all about prediction. They just predict based on whatever have happened before, whatever case studies are there. Based on that, they just predict what kind of attack can take place in such kind of a condition. So that's the adaptive security strategy. This is how you provide a proper solution, an all-round solution to a company by these 4 steps: the post-attack and the pre-attack phase solutions, so that the company can also assure that whatever happens, we have a proper resolution to their issue, even if the attack have already taken place or they want a defensive strategy for the future. A company who is providing these kind of services, security services, they always divide these 2 things in their service: the pre-attack services and post-attack services. We call them security analysis and incident response. These are the commercial terms you will always hear in companies, which is security analysis and incident response. Incident response also include forensics. It includes disaster management also. If in case, what if there is an earthquake and all your hard drives are destroyed, then what? Then you need forensic experts, because that is a disaster recovery management. So yeah, a lot of things takes place under the same category. And yes, that is a part of cybersecurity. Disaster management is also a part of cybersecurity. It is dealing with the technology. What if all your computers are broken down? What if there's a fire and your hard drives are burnt, or maybe semi partially burnt? You have to recover the data, which is important. So yes, disaster management also comes under cybersecurity. So that's also a part of it. You cannot ignore that. Okay, now this is really I don't really like this part. I'll tell you why. You'll know it. This is risk management. Okay, just take a look at this table. What is it? What does it shows? The probability of an threat, right? The probability of an attack or a risk. That how likely a risk will exist to a particular piece of technology or particular entity in your network. Okay, what is the probability? Now, based on the probability, they have assigned a particular consequence, that higher probability to low probability. And what will the consequence? Insignificant, is it minor, moderate, or even a severe consequence? So if the priority is really high, the probability is really high, 81 to 100%, there could be a risk. The severity is all automatically extreme. If it's just 1 to 2%, it's either very low or just low, depending on, I mean, the condition. This is called the risk matrix, by the way. It must be written somewhere here. Yeah, here it is. Risk matrix, which is used to visualize and compare risk. It differentiates the two levels of risk in a simple way by analyzing them: likelihood and consequence. The likelihood is a chance of the risk that can occur, and the consequence is the severity of the risk event that occurs. Also, note here, organization must create individual risk matrices based on their business needs. This is not a template that everyone should use. This is just an example that this is how they actually created. This is not, frankly speaking, not as of now a part of your job, because a lot of people are beginning when they are doing CEH. Don't have to really get into risk management and everything, because there are people. See, when you do the certification called CISSP, this is a very higher level certification which actually involves security practices to be involved with respect to the business process, the business continuity. So you learn here the managerial stuff like this: risk management and risk calculation. So that is when you will require, and CISSP by default requires at least 5 years of experience in the same domain, in the security domain. After 5 years only you can appear for CISSP and can get a certificate. So it is a higher level certificate, definitely. It basically denotes that who you are. It confirms your authority and your experience as well. So that's CISSP. I recently basically gave this exam. I'll be getting my certificate, I think, in August, mid August, I guess. Anyway, so that was risk management and everything. There's a lot of other theory that we can skip for now. Threat intelligence lifecycle. Okay, I told you about the attack framework, remember? The Mitre attack framework. This life cycle I'll explain in the exploitation itself, because again it's a lot of theory which really does not have any relevance, frankly, because see, practically understanding have a very different relevancy, because you can see things actually taking shape rather than just learning the theory. They have, see, I'm not saying that they are incompetent or they are wrong in adding this in their curriculum, but my point is that if you are going to learn through more practicals, it's better, because you'll be able to understand these terms and everything. Because trust me, tomorrow when I'll teach you more stuff, you will not even remember these terms, because in a single day you cannot learn everything, right? Or maybe after a couple of weeks you will not even remember, because the point is, until unless you know the actual practical implementation, so you will be able to relate to it. So I'll explain you this thing in the practical sessions, how we can actually correlate this information into the practicals. Incident management, okay, this can be understood real quick, it's not that big deal. So see this table, I told you something about the incident response. So this is exactly what's happening here. Incident management, it is a set of defined process to identify, analyze, prioritize, and resolve security incident. In incident management, you handle the vulnerability first, that is the topmost priority. Artifact handling, this involved all the assets included in that particular attack. What assets were attacked? Were there servers? Were there web applications? Were there any individual systems or whatsoever? Then there are announcements. This is where you basically tell your employees or the colleagues that we are under attack, or there's this kind of stuff that have already happened, or there, the company makes announcements that their data was leaked. So it is also important to make an announcement so that the users are also knowing that this kind of an attack have already taken place. Alerts have to be issued so that they should know that what can be done if they need to change their password, if they need to put a two-factor authentication. In this part, the security experts comes in action, handling triaging, which is the acknowledgement of a vulnerability that confirms a vulnerability exists, reporting and detection, responding to an incident, and then the analysis part. Understand four of them. Triaging is the acknowledgement, confirmation that the vulnerability exists. The pen testers, the penetration testers will actually exploit it and find and confirm that yes, this vulnerability exists. Then there is a reporting. You have to create a report for it. You have to detect it and report it, that this kind of vulnerability exists. Then comes the response part, where you actually patch the vulnerability, remove it or fix it or whatever you do. And once that is done, your job is not done. You have to analyze it for a period of time, maybe a week, maybe a month, depending on the client. So, analysis part. After this is done, the other incident management services like quality assurance, customer satisfaction, all that kind of stuff, not the cybersecurity part, just the customer relations and business operations part, so not your concern. But this is important. This is your job. This will be your job if you will be working as a security expert. Rest everything else is something that the technical team and even uh, the IT operations team can also handle. But as a security expert, your job will be triage, report, incident response, and analyze. This is what happens in incident management majorly. Okay. Now, once this is also done, what else we have here? Oh, the hot topic of 2023, AI and ML. I'm pretty sure if you're using Instagram, you must have came across maybe 1,000 reels talking about different AI websites. You must have already known about Chat GPT. If not, then definitely you need to come out of your shell. Okay, so AI and ML, nothing but automation. AI is artificial intelligence, ML is machine learning. What are they? Let's understand that quickly. AI, see, I use this example all the time. Take a look quickly. What is AI? Let's say I give you an option of choosing an apple or a banana, okay? And I have to make a code for it. It might look something similar to like this. If fruit is equal to apple, there will be a function that will run. And this function will basically choose or maybe approve the fruit, right? This is how it will work. Else, if the fruit is not, or maybe is equal to banana, suggest the user to choose apple. You see what I just did here? I have automated the process of the choice of choosing how the code is going to work. Now I can make a nested if else loop also, which says that if this is nested, by the way. I'm not really writing a code. I'm just like giving you an example of a conditional, like, like sequence how things will work in a real scenario. If choice is still equal to apple, if the choice is still equal to banana, then of course approve banana. And in another case, what if the choice is now changed? Else, if the choice is now changed to apple, go to the previous function apple. You see what I just did here? I just literally created a very small version of an AI, how an AI would work. AI is nothing but a long sequence of if else loops. What is if else logic? This is the exact same logic that we humans use as well to make choice. We either choose this or that, black or white, that kind of stuff. true or false, 1 or 0. Simple as that. We make choices all the time, and we want our code to make choices as well. And to make choices, we use if else loops. This is one of the example. There are many other different kind of loops, like while loop, for loops, and a lot more other stuff. The point is, AI is nothing but just a big sequence of if else loops. That's a joke, by the way, but that's how you can understand it. Now, what if I give this code the ability to make modifications? What the code is doing is it asks you that what kind of choice you're making. If the choice is apple, it will approve. If the choice is banana, it will suggest that please choose apple. If the user is still persistent that I want a banana, I don't want to choose apple, they will approve banana. But if they choose apple, they will go to the apple approval function. Now, what if the program learns that the user is consistent to use a banana, they don't want to choose apple, and they remove the code itself removes this, it automatically start approving banana. It doesn't even bother asking you that do you really want a banana, you want apple, right? This is machine learning. This is the machine, the code learning by itself based on its observation that how the users are responding. That's machine learning. Machine is taking in the inputs and collecting that input and storing in a data, and then using that data to make the modifications in the code. That if the user is choosing the banana 10 times, that means the user always likes a banana, and it will stop bothering even asking you about an apple because that's what you're choosing, right? That's machine learning. So there can be different kind of permutations of different choices. There can be hundreds of choices. Maybe on a very fine sunny morning I might have a mood to have an apple. So we can also create AI and ML for the same reason, for the same purpose. So that's what AI and ML do basically. ML is an unsupervised self-learning system. Unsupervised, that means there is no manual interruption. I'm not giving any data, it is taking inputs by itself, that is used to define what the normal network looks like, along with its devices and the backtrack to report the deviations and anomalies in real time. See, AI can help to detect any anomaly, right? It can check that if there is any vulnerability that exists from its database. But what if the hackers have started to become more smart and they have started to make even complex piece of code? What will AI do? AI have to start learning. That's what machine learning is all about. The AI will start reading the code, make different variations of the code, and based on those variation, it will detect if the code is vulnerable or not. See, it's very deep. It's very deep. If you start thinking about it, it may take a whole day of thinking about all this stuff. You might even do research. You might even start learning more articles on this. But yeah, it's really deep. So AI and ML in cybersecurity helps in identifying new exploits and weaknesses, which can be easily analyzed to mitigate further attacks. See, frankly speaking, on a ground level reality, it is not still achievable to the 100%, but still a lot of big companies like Insade and I forgot the name, McAfee, also even for that sake, talk about Microsoft, Windows Defender. These companies are actually working real hard on creating solutions with AI and ML. So that's AI and ML for you in short. What else do we have here? Oh, we have these standards. Okay, you know what? These are just policies, and I'm gonna skip the policies with the intention that we'll cover this up if we have additional time, because these are really not important. They are never gonna come handy in your career until unless you are really wanting to make a career in just compliance. See, compliance management, frankly speaking, it does not hold that much of a relevance to me as a trainer or me as a security expert that have worked in this industry. It is, see, it have some importance, that's why they have added it into the curriculum and we will learn it, but I don't want to give it a priority over everything else. We have a lot of other modules that we have to cover up, so let's focus on that instead of just learning theory of different policies, which doesn't really make sense to me. So we'll cover this up once everything is completed. So we'll keep it for then. And let's start with our second module, which is footprinting. And on that note, we already have passed the last 2 hours studying all this stuff, and we have successfully covered up module number one. How about we take a break? And after this, we will switch to module number two. You up for that? Raise your hands or please put in the chat box. Awesome. Okay. Yeah, I always recommend this to all my students. Please keep yourself hydrated because these are really long extended trainings and your brain works if you have like good amount of water inside you. Don't prefer coffee or caffeine or that kind of stuff. Drink a lot of water and stretch yourself a little bit if you're sitting for too long. And yeah, enjoy your 10-15 minutes break. We'll be back. And that goes without saying. If you have anything to add up, you want to ask or you want to say something, please put that in the chat box. I'll read it after we are back from the break. Thank you. Okay, guys, so we are back from the break and we will be beginning with our module number two, which is footprinting. Hmm. So, footprinting is a very interesting topic because hey, this is where we actually exercise our investigative brain and we try to find information on the targets. This is one of the most what do you say, non-offensive things that we do in cybersecurity. Here, we are not going to hack into anyone. We are not going to break any security protocols. All what we're doing is just collecting the information that is already available. This is all passive, as I have mentioned, passive attacks. Right? That's what it is all about. Quickly understanding a few details about reconnaissance or footprinting for that matter. Okay. So we are beginning with footprinting with search engines using Google hacking techniques. So there's a thing called Google hacking. We don't really hack Google. I'll tell you what that means. See, every programming language have a certain syntax, right? A syntax is the method through which you actually communicate in a particular language. Like English have a certain syntax. Similarly, other languages like Hebrew, Hindi, Sanskrit, so on and so forth. English, the syntax for Google is also very specific. The kind of syntax that we use is very layman and very common syntax. It does give you results, but again, it's not that efficient to give you the kind of results that we can actually get from Google. It's very basic things. But with the help of this Google dorking, we unlock a complete different feature of Google. Dorking, basically, dork is the syntax of Google, how you actually communicate with Google. You are now becoming more specific about the exact information you require. That's what you learn in Google Dorking. There are certain like keywords that you can use in order to extract information out of Google. I'll show you an example here. I'll go on Google website and let's say I want to watch movie Fast and Furious. Okay. I go on Google and type Fast and Furious 7. I don't know, back in 2015. Okay. So this is the official Google search result for Fast and Furious 7. It is still not showing me exactly where I can watch. I can buy it on Apple TV or Prime or YouTube. Still not satisfactory enough. There is a lot of text-based information like Wikipedia, IMDb. Again, not something that I want. What I want is I want to watch the full movie. What should I do? Simple. I will use Google Docking. Now let's see. Just take a look here. What I'm gonna do? I'm gonna use a dork on Google, which is movie name Fast and Furious 7, of course, and then I'll type file type MP4. First, take a look, video file formats. Video file formats are in such a way: MP4, MOV, WMV, AVI, MKV, FLV, so on and so forth. These are some of the formats for video files. To watch videos, they have these kind of formats. Formats are nothing but just extensions. Like TXT is a text file extension, PDF is a PDF file extension. Similarly, there is MP4, MOV, MKV. These are extensions that are used by long video files, like really long, like an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, that kind of stuff. And MKV is most commonly used for really long video files. MP4 is also commonly used, but MKV is the one that is used for, you know, long video files. MKV format. Take a look. It says take a look here. MKV is known to support lossless video compression, which can result in larger file sizes but better video quality preservation. MP4, on the other hand, is more commonly associated with efficient compression for smaller file sizes. You see, so MKV is for larger file size, and a movie, of course, is a large file size because the duration is really long. It's 2 hours 17 minutes. So what I'll do is I'll search for a file type MKV. Let's see what do we get. Bingo, I get some instant results, and if I start looking into them, I will get some information. Let's look for Fast and Furious in general. I get this link. Let's take a look. What do we have here? I get the direct file here. Fast and Furious Hobbs and Shaw. I can download this by using the direct URL, and bingo, that's it. I can watch the movie directly. I don't really need to wait to buy something like a Prime membership or something like that. So yeah, it makes it easier for me to use the internet, and I can efficiently extract files and information and data that is available on Google. Right? You can see this is a movie, 2 hours 16 minutes. So this is one example of Google dorking, how efficiently you can extract information out of the internet by using some Google Dork. And the dork I used was file type. By using the complete Google search, but just adding this file type dork, I specify that what exactly I want. Okay. Now let me show you some real example that might help you understand how you're going to use it in cybersecurity. Let's say my target is a law firm, lawyer firms in Tampa, Florida. I'm just like searching randomly. Doesn't matter. We get, okay. Let's go with Hackworth. Funny name. Are they worth hacking? I don't know. They have a website. That's their website, bhtampa.com, right? Oh, they're not letting me access. Not worth hacking. Maybe Thai law. Let's go for this. Maybe they have a good website. On how tough this could be. The Florida Law Group, DFLG. Okay, this one's better. Let's take this website, and I want some details about this website on the Google, okay? I want to extract some information, what they have. And I want certain kind of files that they might have on their web servers. So I'll type here that on this website, on their server, if there is any kind of PDF file, I want to see that. So I will type these dork site colon website link and then file type colon the file that I want. So on this site, I want this file type. That's exactly what I'm asking for. Oh, I'm so sorry. Damn it, I really forgot to share my screen. I'm so sorry about that, guys. I'm really sorry. I hope you can forgive me for that. Damn, I feel like an idiot now. Okay, Google dorking. Let me just. Oh, damn it, this is so embarrassing. Okay, let's just step back a little bit. Google dorking. I told you about something Fast and Furious, the movie. When I go on and look for Fast and Furious, there is Google search about the content that is not relevant to me. But as soon as I put the filter here, a keyword which is file type MKV, as I showed you, MKV format is basically better than MP4. MKV is known to support lossless video compression, which results in larger file sizes. And MP4, on the other hand, is more commonly associated with smaller file sizes. That's why for movies and stuff, they use the extension MKV because it's like a real big movie, like 2 hours and 15 minutes, 20 minutes, whatever. So if I search file type MKV for Fast and Furious movies, I'll get search results which will actually give me the access to the real movie directly. So if you take a look at this one, that doesn't look good. There you go. 1.5 GB, 2 hours 16 minutes. This is the movie. I can really watch it right now, up to me, right? There you go. So this way, I can actually extract real good information out of Google by just using some keywords that I need to know. And I'll teach you those keywords, don't worry. I randomly chose a lawyer company in Tampa, Florida, and I chose this one, which is I was going to choose the hack word. Now you know what was funny and why I was laughing. And I ended up choosing the floridalawgroup.com because their website works. And let's say I want to know what are. Come on, can you not even see my screen now? I hope you can see it. Please raise your hands if you can see my screen, just to confirm. Okay, okay. Thanks, Chad. Thanks for the confirmation. Okay. So if I want to see that this website, the floridalawgroup.com, I want to check if their website have any PDF files, which might have some information. So if I want to extract that on Google, I will use these two dork. Dork is the syntax of Google. Like every language have a syntax, the dork is the syntax of the Google. Dorks are the syntax, by the way. So two dorks I'm using is site and file type here. So site will target the particular website I'm looking for, and the file type will look for the particular kind of files. So this is what I typed in Google, and I press enter. Bingo. Now I'm getting only the results for the file types PDF. Falls in nursing home, Office of Inspector General, Florida construction fall fatalities fact sheet. Okay, I don't know what that means. A lot of lawyer stuff here, I guess. And again, I'm not hacking into them. I am just accessing publicly available information just by using Google. All I'm doing is using Google, right? They have put this thing on their website available for the public that anybody can see it. So you can see, there it is. Their website and the content that they have uploaded on this website, which is accessible, of course. Okay, it's taking time to load, but we don't really want to wait for that long. Let's say I want to look for TXT files. They don't have any TXT files, which is okay. What about the Excel sheets? Do they have any Excel sheets? This is the extension for Excel sheets, XLSX. Nothing there. Okay, nothing for Excel sheets either. Okay, so this way, basically, I can look for websites that are having these kind of data in particular on their website. Now, imagine, just take a look what I'm going to do here. I'm going to put the site as .us.gov. Okay, who uses us.gov? Obviously, the United States government. And in the file type, I'm going to put Excel SX, which is an extension for Excel sheets. And I'm going to look for a particular kind of keyword with the dark in title that says users. User data, maybe something like that, because why not? Let's see if we get something. Oh, we got nothing. Okay. I know in India it's gov.in. So you can see I can look for the Excel sheets that are available on the government websites. And if I specify a particular title in title and I start looking for, let's say, users, nothing there. Okay. Maybe, I don't know. How about passwords? Nothing either. Okay. So we can also do it this way, by the way, with the inverted colons, inverted commas. Okay, well, I have something here, sebi.gov.in, and there is an Excel sheet which have the keyword password in it. So password is 1234. I just need to check what is it exactly for. I'll of course I'll download this sheet. I want to see what there is. Let's take a look. So these are some meeting IDs with their passwords, so nothing much. Basically, what I'm trying to explain you here is that by using Google Docs, you can extract some real good information from the internet, which is made public but not easily accessible. You are not hacking into anyone, you're not breaking any law, you're not breaking anyone's privacy, you are just accessing what is available on the public domain. The only catch is that not everyone knows how to do it because Google Doc is not that common to find vulnerabilities, to find information on the target. It is a real good method. If you're collecting information about some your target, that is a probably a website or a web server, there is a platform which is a database basically. Because see, this way I just told you about three of the ones: entitle, site, and file type. But how many of them you will actually remember? You cannot remember all of them, right? There's a lot of syntaxes. So there's a database called GHDB, Google Hacking Database. You search on Google, the first website that comes up is Google Hacking Database. Open that and you will see some magic. It is a community database. That means a lot of hackers in the whole world are finding new Google Docs every single day, and whatever they find, they submit it here for the use of the community. See how kind they are. So let's take a look over here, index of pass.txt. If I use this Google Doc on Google, I'll be able to see websites which have password.txt in them. So let's take a look here if I really get something like that. I don't think so, but still we can give it a try. pass.txt, we have it here. So if I open it, it doesn't show anything. Okay. So not that important, not that interesting, right? But let me just show you something interesting. When I search in the quick search bar for env, I'll tell you what is env. So if you go by the definition, the env file is a list of key pair values that set specific variables for a container deployment. Basically, it contains all the credentials and important information for your hosted web server. In short, that you can understand. Now imagine if I can access this file. You know what that means? It means that I am able to access all the credentials for the web server. Now just take a look. If I use maybe, I don't know, this one. Let's go with this one. Any random Google Doc I just chose. Let's go with the first one. We have an index.env file available here. When I click on that, do you see what do I have here? This is interesting stuff. It shows the mailgun mail server credentials over here. The port number, the server, the username, the password. Similarly, I also got it for, I think, here for the MySQL. Okay, MySQL credentials are not there, but it's okay. But there will be cases where you will get even those kind of stuff as well. You will also get API keys sometime. You are getting a localhost credential for their database. Database username, database password. This is the app URL. All you have to do is just log in and do whatever you want. Now, isn't that interesting? Now, the thing is, these env files should never be made accessible, but it is a matter of web server configuration, and not all developers know how to do it properly and securely. And by accident or by because of lack of awareness, they make it public. And when they make it public, this kind of thing happens. And imagine these kind of thing happening for a financial bank. Financial bank, what does that I mean, happening for a bank or maybe any institution that deals with medical records, So this can really turn into a big havoc. So you can see there's a lot of websites here. RicoIndustries.in. There is one other website here. There's another website. There's a lot of them. Okay. I think the website is not even working probably. No, it is. Bingo. I have their MySQL username and password now. I have their mail account server credential, which is null actually. It's okay. No problem. But still, I know the database name is Russian Times. I don't know what that means. But anyway, my point here is that using Google Docs, you can actually extract a lot of information from the internet. And also, this can work in two ways, okay? First way is that when your target is random, that means you are randomly searching, okay, for information that I just showed you, randomly searching, or you are targeting a specific entity. That means just the way I showed you for the lawyer website, that I'm targeting a specific website. I can look for specific kind of files for that particular website, and I can give the file types and different other syntaxes for the same purpose. So whatever be your purpose, you can put that on this website called the GHDB, Google Hacking Database, and on that you will be getting dorks which are used by thousands of other security specialists and I mean, that's weird. Security experts around the globe, and yeah, you can use it. It's pretty simple. They will also give you like information about that particular dork. Let's say if I want to know about this particular dork, I click on that, and you will see it here. Okay, they haven't explained it much, but it says that it might include MySQL database and username and passwords. So that's interesting enough. That rings a bell for me. So if I want to use it, I'll just copy it and I'll go on Google and just paste it. That's it. There you go. So basically, what this is doing is it's looking for extension txt, cfg. ENV, or INI. All of them, one way or the other, should have this as a title: MySQL database password in their content. If this is in the content, it will show you that. You can see in the title it doesn't exist, but in the content it does exist. So if I open it and look for MySQL database username, database password, there you go. That's it. You see that? And there are, okay, this is even critical. There are keys here: authentication salt, logged in salt, authentication keys. This can literally break down the complete organization, because I can break down any of the communication that is going on with encrypted algorithms as well. I can decrypt their communications. This is really critical for them. See, again, I'm not doing anything wrong here. It's their fault that they have not properly secured their servers, and they have given this information on the internet. Anybody can access it, not just me. Anybody can access it. Now it's up to me that if I am a bad guy and I use it for a bad purpose, that's a whole different thing. But if I report it, then definitely it's a whole different story altogether. We'll come to that later. But this is what reconnaissance is about, and this is what the Google hacking database is about. So that's one thing, using Google for extracting information in passive reconnaissance. There's a lot of them. Okay, GHDB have already explained to you. What else do we have? Okay, well, there is also another methods of extracting information to search engines. One of them is reverse image search as well. That if you go on Google and you click on this camera thing, you can actually search images as well on the internet. If you receive an image which you think that you want to know more about, or you came across a profile and you want to see like if this person is real or not, because I can literally go on a website and they don't exist. Hmm. This is a random face generator, you see? This person does not exist, and I can create based on age as well. I can create a LinkedIn profile out of any ethnicity, and I can send this as I set this as my profile picture, and I can fool 1,000 people by telling that this is me. This is who I am. I can also remove this watermark, by the way. It's not that difficult. It's pretty simple. You see that? So my point here is that people can do a lot of stuff using different kind of things on the internet. Like, see, this is an innocent guy. This person does not exist in the whole world. If I just, you know what, I'm just gonna prove this to you. Download this photo. All right, you know what? They are asking me for money. Are you serious? I'm gonna do it for free. And I'll show you how to remove the watermark also. It's pretty simple. I'll click on download. Waiting, 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 waiting. Oh, come on. Okay, there we go. I'm gonna save it here because nothing else exists here. Now I will go on something we call cleanup.pictures.com. I'll upload my picture right here. Continue with definition. Mark this thing and it's gone. That's it. See, that's simple. And it's free, by the way. I'm gonna download this picture again because I just removed the watermark. I'm gonna replace it, save. There you go. I have a fake picture that doesn't exist, and I can use it to impersonate anyone I want. So that's how internet is. That's how critical the internet is these days. And if I am not sure who this person is, if he really exists, if it is even real, I can simply click on this image button, drag an image here, just drag and drop it, and it will search the whole internet for this particular image and tell you like if this thing actually exists anywhere else, which clearly we can see it does not, because this is not a real person. right? But if I do this for a real person, definitely we'll have a different result altogether. Let me see if I can show you an example for that as well. Just a second. You know what? Why use another people's pictures? Let me use my picture, okay? Let's see if we get something out of it. I'm going to use my picture now, by the way. So here's my picture, and I'm going to go drop it right in here, like I did previously. Oh, come on. There you go. Let's see. What do Google have for me? There you go. You have my LinkedIn, you have my everything. So it just found out information regarding this particular picture on the internet by just with a few clicks by using the Google Lens. This thing is called Google Lens, and not just that, it also found pictures with a similar, concept to the one that I uploaded. So this way, we can actually do Google reverse image search. Google Lens is one of the methods of doing it. Then there is another website called TinEye, tineye.com. It's TinEye reverse image search. You can also search your images over here as well. Again, it's free of cost, so it doesn't like cost you anything. Uploaded, and let's wait for it to search. Although, frankly speaking, I really rely on Google search because like it's more relevant. You can see TinEye doesn't give me a lot of images out of it, but Google have real better AI system and everything. So that's more something that we rely on. Okay, hold on a second. Okay, now let's talk about the website-based reconnaissance for the web services. See, website have a few elements that we need to understand. Quickly raise your hand if you have ever been into web development. Anyone? Have you developed like websites or um, created servers, configured servers, anything like that? Okay, I take that as a no. See, websites have a few elements you need to understand. Let's understand first two things. One of them is a subdomain, and the other is a directory. Domain, subdomain, and a directory. Domains looks something like this. Let's say akash.com. Right? This is a domain. Let's say this is my website. A subdomain looks like this: services.akash.com. Then there's, I'm sorry. Then there is directories, which looks like this: akash.com/contact. Hmm. Okay. Now, see the difference that the domain is the main web page, the main landing page. There's also something called an index file. Index file looks obviously like this: akash.com slash index.html. If you look at your hand, there are five fingers, and the finger that points number one is called your index finger, right? So index finger is the initial point, basically. In the websites as well, whenever you open a website, it by default will always open the index.html because that's the first page that I, as a developer, want you to see. So I'll name my first page as index.html so that whenever you open the website on your browser automatically detects index.html and opens that up. So there's no hassle. I don't have to specify anything else. So you'll always see the first page the very first time you open the website. Later, you can navigate to whatever page you want. That's a whole different story, but that's the first thing you'll see. Next, the point is give me a second. Don't mind, I need a glass of water. Give me a second, please. Okay, thanks for giving me that break. Okay, so now a domain is akash.com, which is basically a web front for my web server. Now we know that everything on the internet have an identity, right? Just like an IP address. That's the identity of a web server. That might look something like this: x.x.x.x, right? It might look something like this. It could, for example, if I take, let's go with 67.128.45.241, right? This is a sample example of a domain that of an IP address of a website. Okay, this is how my website's IP address looks like. Now the point is, an IP address is hard to remember. That's why we generally use a domain name to define it, right? A domain name is nothing but a translation of an IP address into a more readable format, which is in words. We can easily remember akash.com. We cannot remember this IP address, right? This translation from the IP address to domain and vice versa is done by a particular service, which we call the DNS service, the Domain Name System service. This protocol, the DNS protocol, is responsible for this kind of translation and a lot of other stuff that we'll learn in the upcoming session. Okay. Now, the domain is, as we saw, the translation of an IP address. Now, the subdomain and a directory are very similar. You just have to understand the difference. It's actually very simple. Let's say I make a page, I made a website, akash.com, and it have some pages like services, contact, about, and what else? What else? What else? What else? Certificates, like a portfolio website. Don't mind the spellings. Okay, so there are 1, 2, and 3, and 4 pages. Now, tell me that what tells me about. See, using a subdomain or a directory is a very, very individual approach. What I choose to do, it might be different than what you might choose to do, right? It's up to you. It's very individualistic approach, or it might be the choice of a client that how they want their website to be. There is no such rule or no such standard that defines that you have to use a subdomain or a directory. You can use either one of them. It's up to you how you want to make it. But I'm going to tell you a difference, a major difference here. The difference is that a directory will always, okay, let me mention, will always have the same IP address as the website, but a subdomain can have a different IP address. A directory will always have the same IP address as the main website, but the subdomain may or may not have the same IP address. We can assign different IP address to a subdomain, but we cannot assign a different IP address to a directory, because a directory is a very core part of the website, because it starts with the website, and in the website it goes further into a directory. But a subdomain is a whole different partition, you can say, which is being utilized on the web server and can have a different IP address. Let me show you that with an example. How do you actually check the subdomains of a website? How would you know that how many subdomains are there? I can make 200 different subdomains. How would you ever know which ones are they? So for that, there is a method of finding subdomains also. There are tools used for that. There are websites that can help you with it. One of the website is virustotal.com. Here you have to go into the search facility, and then you have to give the website domain that you want. The lawyer, what was the one? The Florida Law Company, right? That was, yeah, the Florida Law Group. Sorry. Okay, let's take their domain, the Florida Lawgroup.com. Okay, and put it in here in the search text bar and press enter. You will see this kind of a page. It shows a lot of information. I'll tell you what is VirusTotal. VirusTotal is a hybrid platform with more than 100 different antiviruses embedded on their servers. I hope I'm sharing screen this time. Oh, yes. Okay, fine. Thank you so much. Okay. All right. So there are like 100 plus different antiviruses on VirusTotal, and you don't need to install them all on your system. So if you ever feel that there is a file that you are not sure of, that you are suspicious about, you can upload that file here, and VirusTotal will check with almost 50 different, 100 different types of antiviruses and check if the file is really genuine or is it a malware. Let's say this is an exe file. I update it here, and let's see what it finds. It says that it is completely secure because 0 out of 71 different type of antiviruses said that it is fine. There is no virus or there is no malware that it was detected, which means it is safe to use. So this gives me more confidence. Similarly, I can also do the same thing for URLs. VirusTotal is used to analyze suspicious files, domains, IP address, and URLs to detect malware and other breaches. So that's what it is used for. Now that I put the website, floridalawgroup.com, it says the website is safe to use because out of 88, none of the antiviruses found it suspicious, right? And it also shows me when it was created 16 years ago. Last analysis was done 9 days ago, and the registrar is GoDaddy.com. Basically, it's the service where they bought it from. In this tab right here, which says relations, this is where we find more interesting information. Let's click on relations and see what do we get. So it shows all the IP addresses that were assigned to this this website. Date is all detection none. Since 2019, they have been given this IP address in particular. And if you see, this also shows me the subdomains that are associated with this particular website. They only have two of them, but sometimes websites have really a lot of subdomains associated with them. And if you will see, both of the subdomain have different IP addresses. You see, as I told you, a subdomain may or may not have a same IP address. So they have different IP addresses. That means it is proven true. Subdomains can have different IP addresses, but directories cannot have a different IP address. They will have a same IP address the main website is having. So that's a mandate. If I look for a website like github.com, I don't know if you have ever visited, and I go into the relations part, I will see 5.7 thousand 5,700 subdomains here. So there's a lot of them to work with. So yeah, that's github.com. There's a lot of subdomains for github.com. The Texas attorney. This was another one of my client I was working with a few while back. They're also a law firm, I think based out of in Ohio. I don't know. I forgot that actually. Yeah, so they have four subdomains here. So you can see this way. Also, if you will analyze it, the may or may not situation for this particular domain, AMP and www, the IPs are same, but you can see for this, both IPs are different. The original IP is this one. So it confirms that the IPs can be same, or different. It's up to the developer how they want to configure it. So a subdomain may or may not have a same IP address, whereas directories need to have the same IP address as the main website, as the main domain name. So this was something about the subdomains and the web services. Now moving on, just to find subdomains, there is also a Linux tool called Sublister, which will also give you the same exact result as VirusTotal, but in a CLI format. We'll come to this later. What else do we have is, I'll teach you this subdomain. Don't worry. Sublister, I'll teach you how it works. Don't you worry about that. Yeah, pentesttool.com. That's the one. So this is a commercial website. Basically, this is a paid service, honestly, but they have some free versions of this service as well. All you have to do is just go on their products category on the top, and in the products, you can select the kind of service that you want to access. They have a few services in the name of pen testing report generator for reconnaissance, web scanning, network scanning, offensive tools as well. But again, honestly speaking, they are not really that good. But reconnaissance is really good, frankly speaking. So when I click on reconnaissance, I can select any one of them. Try light version of free. So we can like do it for free. Subdomain finder. That's what we are looking for right now. I can give my target website here, the texasattorney.com, and scan the target. It will definitely take time, but it will give me the results. That is for sure. Also, it is a little bit slower than VirusTotal because it gives you like instant result quickly. This takes time. I don't know for what reasons. They are trying to like commercialize the whole thing for you. So like they want you to pay for a faster service because it's like a light service here. So that's why it's slow, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, that's how it is. Pentest tools is also a little bit more reliable because they give you good information, even though if they take time, but they really do give good information out of it. If you see, they looked for a particular web domains, Microsoft.com. Total 127 domains was found, and their IP addresses assigned as well. They were visible. So that's another tool. See, using social media to find people is really, really old technique already. Your IT people, I'm pretty sure you will understand that it's really simple. Go on Instagram, go on Facebook. You can easily find a username or something like that. It's not that big of a deal. And services like Spokio is a complete paid service. I'm not really going to teach you this one because it's totally unnecessary according to me. It's a paid service and they will ask you money for finding even simplest results. So that doesn't make sense to me, honestly. So, damn it. I'm sorry, it's like responding slow. This PDF is like really heavy, I think. It's responding real slow. Please don't mind that. Okay, so the good thing about Harvester is that it is pre-installed in your Kali. You just have to type there the Harvester. The name is real tricky, so please make sure that you don't make a mistake. If you take a look at the name, It's THE with a capital H harvester. So that's how you type it, the harvester. If I put the small h, it will not find it. Harvester is depreciated. Please use this way instead. So gotta use it this way. So when I press harvester and press enter, it shows me the usage guide that how I'm supposed to use it. I they use -h as a switch. Remember I told you about switches in Linux commands to change the behavior. So we want harvester to find things about a particular domain. So I choose -d to specify the domain that I want, and I'm gonna give the Florida lawgroup.com. That was the one we are working with. Then I will be specifying this -b as a source. Now, what Harvester will do is, see, we work with only one search engine majorly, that is google.com. There are a lot of other search engines, like there is Baidu, which is the Chinese one, there is Bing, which is by Microsoft, there is Yahoo, there is AOL, there is something called a Hunter. So there's a lot of other subdomains. There's ask.com. So you cannot go and search on all of them, but Harvester can do that for you. So it happens sometimes that developers create the website for a specific kind of search engine so that the results can be manipulated in such a way that it shows on the top on that particular search engine. It might happen that your website might show on Google on the top, but when you search in Bing or maybe you search in yahoo.com, you might not see that on the real top because it is developed for specifically for Google. But other search engines also have some information sometimes. And that's why in the source, I will say all. I want to search in all the sources. I want to search in all the search engines. When I press enter, see what happens. And I've started like searching on all the possible places. It says that it cannot connect to Beidou.com because it's a Chinese website and it's banned in my country. So can't do much about it. But you can see it's like connecting with other services like Search Spotter, DNS Dumpster, DuckDuckGo, Hacker Target, Rapid DNS, even Sublister. You see that? Even Sublister. So it's like a unified command in there. So it's working on that too. So this is interesting. You see, it found a couple of information for me. Let's take a look at them one by one. Okay. Interesting URLs found. Okay, fair enough. IPs found. There are 5 IP addresses associated. There's one email address, chris@floridaglawgroup.com. There are different 13 hosts that can be helpful on the same website, which is really good. So this way I am able to gather more information about my target. And as I told you in the very beginning, the bigger the attack surface, the bigger the potential of getting hacked. And that's why as security experts, we have to keep expanding our attack surface for the target. So we can assure that all the attack surfaces can be protected. So we have to collect information from various sources so that we can ensure that all the attack surfaces are protected. So we have to keep digging and digging with these kind of tools like Harvester and VirusTotal. These are a couple of them. Then we have Google search results like we did for Google Dorking. So these are few tools that we can use for the same purpose. So that was Harvester. That was the command used by the Harvester. Pretty simple, pretty straightforward. No such rocket science in that. Now, again, social media can play a big role here. So job websites like linkedin.com or monster.com, these website also holds information about the employees. And with that also people can be hacked. Now let me tell you about a platform called hunter.io. It sounds real simple. I mean, doesn't ring any bell, but I'll tell you what that is. I think I have to sign in to this platform. No, I don't need to. Okay, I will look into this one, domain search. Find the email addresses of a company. See how easy it is. I'm gonna give here a website. Yeah, a Florida law group. You can see I got the one result. I will click on that, and the hunter will go all across the internet, read all the articles for me, and will find any email address associated with this one. You can see there is one result that is 88% match. It's available in 3 different resources. If I click on any of the link, I will see this particular email address, which is, we know, chris@floridagroup.com, because we also got the same result in the harvester. Isn't that funny that we got this for free? And for this same information, Hunter.io is going to ask me for money. See that? So see, this is real funny. On their official website, actually, it's a different website. It's called flbattorneys.com. FL Bar Attorneys, sorry. So Florida Bar Attorney website, and the name is Chris Matthew Limberopoulos. And here is his phone number, his fax number, his email address, even his address. So this is big deal. Now I have his all details here, and based on this, I can manipulate a lot of information. I can impersonate. I can call his number. I can send him text messages. I can send him links to hack into his device. And when he click on it, his whole company is compromised because he might be using his computer from the work. So there is a lot of potential here now. As a hacker, I can really strategize my attack based on this information. And this is all legit. Like, this happens in real time. This is not all made up stuff. We can go for other websites like this one, the texasattorney.com, and we got one result for this one also. So there's only one source for this one. Actually it's info@texasattorney.com. We can go for, I don't know, there's another client of mine, careera.com. Then we have a few email addresses for them as well. So my point is, hunter.io is also a great place to look for company information, and that information can be manipulated in multiple ways. So that was about passive reconnaissance, and you can see the subdomain finder is still working. It's 0%. So I can proudly say it is all bullshit. It doesn't work. So yes, job sites can also be targeted to gather information about a particular organization, to see how many people work there, what are their lifestyles, what are their experiences, what social media accounts they use, what places they travel, that kind of stuff. So this way we can actually target them also. Okay, now this is an important topic. Deep and dark web footprinting. See, simply putting up, deep and dark web is it's very overrated, frankly speaking. I've been there a lot of times and I've seen things I cannot unsee. So, yes, it is really dangerous for sure. There is stuff which should not be anywhere, actually, for that sake. See, the web that we are using is very surface level web. There's very limited access and very monitored stuff, everything that is going on. And there is some governance body that keeps on monitoring whatever you do on the internet. But when you go a little bit more deeper, there is a network which we call the Tor. So Tor is basically the onion route. Now, contrary to the to the general internet, like how it's configured, the onion route is in a very layered format, and every layer is connected to each other, and you can keep on changing layers very frequently. So that basically prevents anyone from tracking you down, because you keep on changing your identity almost all the time, maybe in a few seconds, maybe every few uh, clicks. You don't know that. and it is really, really protected. There is a technology also called blockchain that also works on a similar fashion. If I don't know if you have ever heard or maybe did some research based on that. Blockchain also works on a similar fashion. It is a very privately governed network of people, and you can communicate in that network, and nobody will be able to actually detect who you are or where you're from. You can anonymize yourself in that as well, or you can also make it a privatized network where you can govern everything and nobody else will be able to do that. Or maybe you can give the same thing to everyone else. You can make everyone the owner of their own identity. You can do that too. So blockchain and the onion route are very, very advanced technologies in terms of network communication. And the dark web, the deep web, is nothing but just some websites which are not easily accessible on the regular surface level internet. These are websites created for such kind of platforms so that they are away from the regular monitoring. Purpose is that, see, obviously it's very obvious that if I'm running a service like hiring hitmans, or maybe distributing some videos that are not supposed to be distributed, if you know what I mean. So obviously, I will not be doing that on the regular internet because I can be traced down. People will be definitely monitoring. If in today's age, if you go on the internet and you start even just looking in my country, if you start even looking for ammunition, guns or maybe bombs or that kind of stuff, it is 130% sure that some organization would be monitoring it because that keyword will be highlighted in the defense organization. If I look for child porn today, in globally, any organization can actually find that if I was looking for it. And there is a big possibility that if I keep looking on that, there will be the cops on my door as well. So this is a big possibility. That means it is always governed. Whatever you do on the internet, it is always monitored. But it is a whole different story on the dark and the deep web. Nobody's monitoring you. There is no constraint and no restriction, no laws there. That is why these kind of services always exist on such kind of a platform. Cyber crimes are always done on the dark web. You might be also getting data being sold for people, for their health records, for their medical records. You might even be amazed to know that there will be also their foot sizes. I don't know. I've seen stuff that it's really weird. It doesn't make sense to me. But then there are people with weird, fantasies, and they do stuff for money a lot of kind of stuff. So let's not discuss that. But yeah, the dark and the deep net can be browsed by Tor browser, the freenet, the GNUnet, I2P, and RetroShare. RetroShare is really old technology, doesn't work anymore. Freenet is really complex because you have to configure it very, very carefully, and I2P works just exactly the same like Freenet. GNUnet is another like an open source thing. So all in all, we are left with Tor, which is simple, easy, and available. Just have to download the application, open it, and you are connected to Tor. You can open any website. Also, interestingly, normal websites will not open. If you go and open google.com, it's not made for that. All websites on Tor are ending with .onion domain. So if I make a website like Akash, it had to be ending with .onion. Now .onion websites will only open the Tor net. It will not open on your regular internet or on your Chrome browser or anything like that. You have to use Tor for the same thing. So .onion will only work there. So that's the exclusivity. Now, extracting data is very complex on the deep web because first thing, it is away from the regular internet, and hence your traditional tools will not work. So that is out of the question. Google search, your tools like harvester, these will never work there because of course they are only made for the regular internet services. So collecting information there becomes even more difficult. Actually, it's very difficult, honestly, and it requires a different level of expertise with forensics, because then you have to definitely work with the kind of technology the websites are built with, and what kind of communication they are doing, how the communication stack, the technology stack is built with. Before I proceed with this, let me tell you something interesting here. If you want to know how the website is built, it's very simple. If I go on this website, the floridalawgroup.com, I want to know what kind of technology stack they are using. what web server they have and what other uh, what entities they have added into their website basically. So there is a website called vapalizer.com. Vapalizer is an amazing service. You can also add the extension to your browsers, to your Firefox, your Chrome browser. Just go on their official website, scroll down a little bit. There you will see apps. Vapalizer works with the tools you use every day, like Chrome, Firefox, Edge, Safari, whatever you have. You can add this to them. I have added this in my Chrome, and when I go on the website, floridalawgroup.com, you can see here my Vapalizer is active, and it says there are 20 different entities that can be detected. When I click on that, it shows me this information. Now I know that they are using WordPress for their hosting services. They're using WP Engine for platform as a service. They're using SEO services in the background, Nginx as a web server, security, reCAPTCHA, and everything. Programming language, they are including PHP, databases MySQL, translation is done with WMPL 4.6.4. So these all information, I can use them for exploitation purposes. Now that's what's important. If you take a look at this simulation website, eltoromutual.com, this is a banking simulation, by the way. It is created with the purpose of testing, so it's not that big of a problem. They are using Apache Tomcat and programming language as Java. Now I know the Tomcat server is there. I can easily start finding exploits for Tomcat server, and I can attack on that particular technology. It solves a lot of issues. It saves my time so that I don't have to invest my time in finding more information. Also, it is really quick, it is reliable, and it is everything at one single place, which is a simple extension. So yeah, it's pretty good. But again, this kind of thing is not for Tor. I mean, you cannot rely on these kind of stuff for Tor based or dark web based reconnaissance. So obviously you have to definitely go visit the Tor and start digging up the Tor for finding more clues and website information, which is really tough. Trust me, it sounds really easy, but it's really tough. On Google, if I go and search for .onion websites, right, I'll get 1,000 articles, literally 1,000 articles that can show me some generic websites that are on the Tor network. But again, these websites really are irrelevant. This is a dark web search engine, AMIA, just like Google. You go there and start searching anything on the internet. Again, it is very much restricted and limited, but still it is good enough. There's another one. There's Haystack, also a good one. There's Torch. Okay, Torch is really good, by the way, because Torch actually is totally unrestricted, unfiltered. You will see content which you wish you wouldn't have seen. DuckDuckGo is also a good one, but again, it's another web service, a web search engine, so it's very restricted. Hidden Wiki used to be good, but now it have degraded, honestly. So yeah, uh, you can do your research about something. You know what? Never mind. Not the right time to teach you all that. So that was Tor. So there are no such good tools that you can rely on, and they are not even easily available. These are always used by the defense organizations in order to monitor the criminal activities. So it's a very whole different level thing. But just for the sake of an introduction, if you really want to use it, please use under supervision or use it so safely that it doesn't, backfires in any way. Use it in a virtual environment. Use a VPN, use a network that is separate from your regular network so that you are protected all the time. So that's what I'll recommend. And also, never ever download anything from Tor. Please don't, because no matter how innocent it looks like, you cannot rely. Even a single image, even a single even a text file, you cannot rely on that either. So I don't need to add further on this. Okay, next we have is an amazing tool called Shodan. Now, what is Shodan? If you take a look here, Shodan is a search engine that enables attackers to perform footprinting at various levels. It is used to detect devices and networks with vulnerabilities. See, devices, not web servers. Shodan is a device search engine. I know it sounds weird. I'll tell you what that means. See, every web server is hosted on a particular kind of device. Agreed? If you when you talk about cloud servers, they are nothing but they are just Linux machines which are remotely hosted, right? That's what they are. Nothing more than that. Remotely hosted Linux machines. That's what they are. That's what cloud machines are. Now, the point is this remotely hosted machine must have an IP address, right? Must have some sort of a specifications and also are hackable. But question is how do you find them? You cannot also find them on the regular internet. So for them, Shodan was created. You can find a lot of information. Even you can even find webcams on the internet. If any webcam is poorly configured and it is not protected appropriately, you can look into that webcam. And this actually happens. I'll show you that all these things. Don't worry. Traffic webcams, even private webcams in private properties can also be seen on the Shodan a lot of times. It's all about how you use it. I mean, it's all about how you know that things work. So Shodan can be used for VPN based and VoIP based footprinting. See, VoIP is voice over internet protocol. These are telephonic services that are used for communication on the internet. Like sometimes you receive calls from the internet devices. Like it's not a real number from a SIM card or something, but it's like an internet provided calling service. So for that, you can also detect it on Shodan, like where is it coming from, what kind of device was it. To detect all those stuff, we use Shodan. So let me just show you a quick demo here. I'm going to open Shodan's official website, shodan.io. This is their official page. Okay, to search anything here, let me search for webcams as we decided. Simple type webcam press enter. See what do we get. See the first one? Let's just go with that randomly. I'll explain the interface also, don't you worry about it. So let's go with the interface first. So as per the interface, there are a few sections that we can divide in. There are four major sections actually. So here's 1, 2, 3, and 4. In the first section, these are total results, 7,381 results for webcam. All these countries been mentioned. So you can see the filter for the country here that 2,000 plus webcams are in US, so on and so forth. Total number of ports. Now, see, interestingly, you know as a network engineer that all the services run on a specific port number. It's like an address. If this is a city, right, and if there are many houses, every house have a house number. That is how you can reach that address. Let's say house number 1 and house number 8. So if I want to reach house number 8, I need to know the house number in specific. Similarly, in a computer, every service that is running have a port number, and if I want to interact with that service, I need to know the port number of the service, right? So it's like an address for a service inside a computer. And now imagine these computers connected to a very big network. So if computer 1 is trying to connect with computer 2, computer 1 needs to know the port number for computer 2 to work with. So if you see this web server right here is in Kazakhstan, Almaty. This is the web server. I click on that and you will see the open ports. Now this is interesting. Open ports. All these ports are open. We know 22 is for SSH, 81 web service, 443 SSL, 8081, 8181, 8443. These are all web services. This might be a webcam. These are some random service that we have to look into. Now, if you think, how do I know? It comes with experience, maybe. I don't know. You start recognizing things once you see like it really frequent. So OpenSSH is being used on this particular machine. It's an Ubuntu machine. I can see it now. It's mentioned right here. So you see how I'm able to actually detect a lot of information just by clicking on that particular IP address. Now imagine doing this to a particular target. If you have the IP address for them, and if I search the IP address in here, I can actually find a lot of information about them, about their web servers, about their communication, about the services they are running. So on 81, there is a web server running definitely, HTTP web server. Okay, let's click on that and see what do they have. Apache Tomcat 9.0.59. So they are just basically giving out all information to me like served in a platter. So if I start looking for this particular version exploit, not even that, I start looking for vulnerabilities. There is a lot of website which will actually show me that. Here, the first link. Let's see what they have. So there's a medium level vulnerabilities across site scripting, which is very basic, so nothing much. But it's okay. Still something out of nothing. Let me show you another example. I think big IP redirect. Shodan is working really slow, by the way, so I don't know why. Okay, so it's not responding. It's okay. Right, wait. Let me show you something important. Let's look for a specific brand, webcam XP. Look for this on Google. So it's basically a software that is most popularly used for webcam and network camera analysis, surveillance. That's what webcam XP is used for. And when I search for this on Shodan, let's see what do we have. I'm already getting results. So this is one of the camera surveillance. This is another one. And this is live camera, by the way. If I just open it right now, you'll see. There you go. You can see the cars moving in the background. It's a little bit slower, but still, it's something. Okay, this looks scary. Okay, I have to log in for more results, but it's okay. This much is enough. So you got the point that this is how Shodan works, and this is how I can actually find out live webcams and live devices available on the internet globally, open for access. In web application testing, I will show you some scenarios when I will be looking for vulnerable web servers and we will be exploiting web servers. You will see the usage of Shodan even more efficiently in that module. but it's a good source to collect information, by the way. Okay, hold on now. All right. Next, there is a great tool, by the way, which is also used for reconnaissance purposes, which is Maltego. Maltego is a software used for open source intelligence and forensics. We call, in short, OSINT, which is open source intelligence. That means it is going to use all the platforms which are openly available for for uploading and sharing information, and Maltego will find and detect information from those platforms. So you have to download this tool. It's really simple, and of course it's free. So there are two versions to it. One of them is the commercial and the paid version, and the other one is a community edition, which is free, of course. So I will just click on the downloads section in their search result. It will take me directly here, and I can select whatever platform I have: Windows, Mac, or Linux. I'm going to download this in my Windows directly because I don't really want to bother my Kali Linux with everything. Click on download Maltego. Once it is downloaded, you just have to execute it. Okay, once it is here, you can just simply install it directly. You can download it yourself if you want. Safe, not a big problem. I'll turn off my Kali in the meanwhile. I don't need it. You just have to follow the simple instructions of installation. No big deal. Once it is installed, you just have to launch it. Okay, this is the kind of interface you will get. So what you have to do is you have to opt for the free Maltego Community Edition. This is the one that we're going to use. Just click on Run. It will ask you definitely a few credentials. We have to fill in them as well. Accept the terms and condition. Of course, click Next. It will ask you to log in. Now, of course, you don't have the credentials, so you click on Register here. It will redirect you automatically to the official website to log in. I'm gonna use a temporary fake email account. I'm not gonna give my real details in there. I'm gonna type here Howard Stark, country India, organization name non-matrix, size 10,000 plus, role. Yeah, I'm just putting in random information. I really don't need to give my real information there. Select whatever you want. Okay, now here comes the main important part, giving your email address. I use this website called temp-mail.org, which gives me a temporary email address to sign up for stuff where I really don't want to give my email address. So this is like a temporary mailbox for you. Like if there is any confirmation email that is supposed to come, it will show up in here. And this way I will protect my privacy, but still be able to sign into that particular platform. So I will use this email. I'll copy this, go into Maltego and paste it. I'll put a random password. I don't even know what's the password. Okay. Click on I am or not a robot and click register. When you do that, it will send you a confirmation mail on your email address and I can get it right here. You can see Maltego support account confirmation. When I click on it, shows me like a regular email inbox. Click on the code and it activated my account. Awesome. Account successfully activated. Go back in my Maltego, paste the email address, password, solve the captcha, which is Q8VE. Next. We'll check the login and verify if the account is active or not. Okay, I think it worked out. Awesome. It says, hello, Howard. Welcome to Maltego. Okay, so next I can click on next. And I'll just like basically approve everything. It is just downloading all the necessary utilities and softwares and, additional stuff which is required. It's complete. I click on next, 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 all the default stuff. Now, when you are at the end where it says, are you ready? This is where you have to specify, go away, I have done this before at the end, and then click on finish. You will have this kind of a window, which is really like messed up. If you see this privacy policy notice, just click on acknowledge. Doesn't matter. Give me a second. Okay. So to make it more clear and make use it efficiently, you just can click on this cross. It will clear out the working field for you. There you go. It's gone. Now it's much better, more cleaner, right? So how does Maltego work? Let's quickly understand. It basically makes a visual representation of whatever kind of search you want to do on the internet. It basically shows you more with visual data representation. So for that, you have to create a canvas where you can create all that visuals. So to create the canvas, you have to click on that icon on the very top, this white icon right here. When you click on that, it will create a new blank canvas where you can add your information, of course. It's written in the watermark that says not for a commercial use. It's obvious. Now, let's just say that I want to find somebody's email address and any information related to that. Okay, now let me tell you something really clear. Maltego works for professional services only. What do I mean by that? See, gmail.com is a free, openly available thing, right? I won't be wrong when I say there could be a billion Gmail accounts on the internet. So obviously, it will not be an efficient usage to track down a Gmail account with Maltego. It will show you a lot of random information, a lot of irrelevant information regarding Gmail because the mail server is a free mail server. That doesn't make sense when you start looking for a free mail server because anybody can create an account here. There is no exclusivity, there is no accountability for the usage. But when you talk about a paid one, which means a professional email, like let's say if I have my domain akash.com, and if there's somebody with the name Adam that works for me, his email will be adam@akash.com. If I have a company, let's say the OG group, maingroup.com, right? So his email will be adam@themaingroup.com, right? So my point here is now this email becomes more exclusive, and whatever information is going to collect, it will be with respect to this particular domain only, right? So this makes it more relevant, more specific, and more genuine. So always look for business email accounts. When you will start looking for free email accounts like Gmail or Yahoo or AOL, you will never get proper results, and hence it will not make sense either. So keeping that in mind, let's start working on Chris at the rate the Florida Law Group.com, right? And oh, sorry. I'm working with email, so I type email here. You can see personal email address, an email mailbox to which email messages may be delivered. So when if I want to work on an email, I have to drag and drop it inside my graph. Just drag it and drop it in the center. It will show you this kind of an icon. Oh, my bad. Okay, there you go. All right. Hmm. Now I have to provide the email address that I want to work with. Chris at the rate Florida lawgroup.com. Uh, Press enter, it will be registered. Now, if I wanted to start the research on this particular domain, on this particular email, I have to run some services, some features of Maltego. Those features are called transformations. That's what they call it. So you make a right click on this icon, you will see the option of all transformations, right? After all transformations, there is also an option, there is also a yellow icon. You see the arrow. When I hover my mouse, it turns yellow. You have to click on that arrow icon to run all the transformations. if it asks you this kind of required inputs, remember these settings, tick that, and then run. Every time it asks you required inputs, always remember the settings and run. That's it. Remember and run. It asks you again, do the same. Access denied. Your license is not able to use this integration. You need to supply. Okay, click dismiss. I don't care about this. I'm not going to buy, of course. All right. Now, if you see at the bottom, there's an output. That means it ran a lot of transformations on that particular email address, and it found some visual information on the top, which we are going to read now. How to read it? Simple. First, you can scroll it down a little bit. Okay. The deliverability is medium. Suspect for spam, I guess. This was leaked in some attack or something like that. I don't know. But there's a web server connected to this one, the floridalawgroup.com. I'm going to drag it on the side to keep it aside. Then there is C. Limberopoulos. This is a profile for a particular person, I believe. That is Chris Limberopoulos, right? Okay. It's a Flickr account, I think, because at the bottom as well, it says here transform to Flickr account done. That means it has something to do with the Flickr account. He might have created Flickr account with this email. So it is also showing me where this email was used on the social media as well, which is good. Now that I know that this web server has something to do with this email address, I can run the transformation on this web server as well. So what I'll do is I will make a right click on this domain and run all transformation with this one. Required inputs, we know what to do. Remember these and run. Remember these and run. Click dismiss. I think there's a bug in Maltego. It's not like working properly. Something wrong with it. There's a lot of errors. We never really get these kind of errors. This is the first time I'm ever seeing it. So there's a lot of information for this particular web server. You can see this blue dot represents the web server, and all the other dots also represent some information. And for that, you can refer to this chart right here. The color chart is over here. So the websites are with dark green. This blue represents snapshots. I'll tell you what snapshots are, don't worry. The yellow represents the company details, probably something regarding that. IPQ is tagged with the orange. Red denotes the NS record, and the brown shows the DNS information. Okay, fair enough. So let's just zoom in a little bit. Here it is also showing me other domain names with the same name. You see, floridalawgroup.net, .attorney, .lawyer, .info, .legal, .org, .email, right? So now if I'm working for this company and I'm the security inspector for them, if I'm the security expert, I just expanded my attack surface to a real big expansion because now I don't have a single domain to work with. I have one, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight different domains to work with, and and all eight of them are owned by the same company, the same organization. So there is a possibility that a vulnerability might exist on floridagroup.info and might not be on .net. So I have to test all of them individually. So that's the thing. That is the reason we do this kind of stuff. We do the reconnaissance so we can know what kind of information they're holding. Additionally, I also got the phone numbers, some additional phone numbers. that are owned by the registrant of this company. I clicked on something bad. Anyway, all these phone numbers are here, and I think this is the registrant information, the GoDaddy, so it doesn't have any information for me. It's like incorrect. Now let's talk about the snapshot. We have this kind of snapshot over here, like Wayback machine. Let me explain you what that is. Let me go on Google for that. So every website is built and submitted on the internet, right? And internet holds all the records for all the websites and all the information that the websites are carrying. Now, the thing is how you can actually trace the changes that are made in the website. Let's say a website that looks like this, quicksolvesupport.com, okay? This website does not exist, does it? It says it is unavailable. Site can't be reached. DNS address could not be found. Let's copy this website and go on another website called archive.org. Archive.org is like a library for websites. Okay. In this feature of Wayback Machine, it's like a time machine for websites. You'll see what I mean. When I put the website in here, quicksolvesupport.com, it shows me a complete calendar of all the changes ever made to this particular web domain. Ever. Since the beginning of the website. So this was operational back in 2016, 2017, 2018, you can see. And after 2018, it was inoperational. It was out of operations. So when I click on 2018, so they have website backups till 24th of May. That means after this, they turned it down, I guess. So if I want to know how the website used to look like, I can click on the 15th Feb record, and I can click on the snapshot that was taken at 1:59 p.m. Let's see what we have. There you go. I can see the website now. It comes up. It shows up. Now, isn't that good? I can see how the website used to look like, and I can even click on these links. It will open the web different pages. You can see the Wayback Machine is going into quicksolvesupport.com. I can see into different pages of the website as well. Of course, it will take time to load, but it does work. So that's about the snapshots. So there are different kind of snapshots relating to this particular website as well. So there are these snapshots taken on 2013 December, and these snapshot definitely might have some information regarding that email address. So that's why they are showing up over here. But there are some snapshots from 2014 also, by the way. So only 2 years are mentioned. So maybe the email was mentioned prominently on these years. Maybe it should be showing up on their main page. That's why it's showing in this snapshot so prominently. So that's about snapshot, and that's about Maltego. You can use Maltego for various purposes, not just for emails and domains. You can use for, let's say, if you have a Bitcoin address and you want to trace some information regarding that, you can also put the Bitcoin address symbol, the icon here, and you can give the address and see if it can find some solution or find some information on the internet for the same. Or you can also look, if you scroll down, there's a lot of things here. There are for mobile phones, for smartphones, for date and time. This is useless, I think. For company names, this can also be used by defense organizations. But trust me, when defense organizations use this kind of tool, they always use the commercial version, because in free version there's a lot of limitation and very few information that is shown and shared. So if you're going to use it for an organized gang, or or a political movement, you will not be able to use it efficiently, frankly speaking. And you can use it for IP addresses, for domains, for DNS records, for different kind of DNS records here, for port numbers, for different URLs, um, even for SSL certificates, for Shodan. for a lot of different stuff. So this is endless. The usages of Maltego is really so much. Majorly for security purposes, frankly. For reconnaissance, we only use it for email addresses and domains, because the way we can find information for this, we cannot find it anywhere else, because it just showed me many other domains that are relating to the same company, which I wouldn't have ever found on any other tool or utility. So that's a good thing, right? Now let's quickly take another break for 10 minutes. How about that? Are you guys up for it? Raise a hand or put that in the chat box if you want a break. It's already been a couple of hours. Okay, then let's take a break for 10, 15 minutes and we'll catch back. Okay, so let's begin this session. Thanks for waiting on. All right. So after learning all these techniques for reconnaissance, we have understood one thing, and we can conclude that almost, or rather, I should say, complete reconnaissance process is passive. But when we talk about enumeration, it is a hybrid. It can be passive and it can also be active at the same time. Because here you are not just going to interact with the service, but you're also going to, you know, disrupt the service at the same time, or maybe even try to connect with it, or maybe even try to send in some relay of your own packets and stuff like that. So enumeration is both active and passive formats. Now, before we understand enumeration completely, let's quickly go through some introduction to it, to networking, the basics and the fundamentals. I want to keep everyone on the same page, so I'll quickly go through it. I have made some additional notes. I will share these notes as well, don't you worry. So let's start with the basic introduction. A computer network is nothing but just interconnection between between multiple devices. This could be in different variations like LAN, WAN, MAN, and PAN. A local area covers a small, limited geographical area. Wide area can covers up to like cities and countries. Like the internet covers the whole world, the global. Metropolitan area is somewhere between the LAN and the WAN, used by companies and organizations. And whereas PAN is limited to this small area network like infrared and Bluetooth. There are different topologies, like there is star, bus, ring, and mesh. They look something like this. Never mind, I think I have that removed. No problem. I'll make it here. So the star topology looks something like this, where every endpoint is basically a device which is connected to each other. Device 1, 2, 3, and 4, and 5. So like every device is interconnected to each other and forming a star formation, and hence that's a name. The other formation is the bus topology, which looks somewhat like this. If this is a hub through which different devices are connected to each other, so on and so forth. So it's like a bus seating arrangement between device 1, 2, 3, and 4. That's a bus formation. A ring topology, as the name says, is in the form of a ring, obviously. So if the devices are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so it basically forms a ring. And a mesh is basically a mesh let's say if there are 5 devices, there are two type of meshes. One of them is a complete and one of them is a partial mesh. A complete mesh is where every single device connects with each other individually. Oh, this one's already done. So you can see this is a mesh, and a partial mesh might look something like this, wherein not all the devices are connected to each other, but most of them are. This is also a partial mesh. There's no such kind of a symmetry that can be seen in this kind of a scenario. Oh, there are different network components. See, every device connects with the internet with the help to a network, basically with the help of a NIC. Now, NIC is short for network interface card. As you know, every device individually have an IP address, which is internet protocol address. This is the identity of a device. Every network interface card also have a internet, also have an identity, which is called the MAC address, MAC. We'll come to this MAC address very soon. I'll show you the example that where it is used. Let's talk about switches and routers. Okay, imagine a network switch as a smart traffic cop that efficiently directs the data traffic within a local network. It's just like give a particular direction. Computers and network connected to the same network want to communicate with each other. A switch intelligently forwards the data directly to the intended recipient. A wants to connect with B, so a switch here will take input from A and direct it to B automatically. So that's what a switch is used for. Whereas a router is like a navigation system. They operate at a high level of intelligence and are responsible for directing data between networks. A network, as I mentioned, is a mesh of different devices, right? So between two different networks, a router is communicating and switch for device to device communication. You can understand it that way. Okay. Then there is hubs and repeaters. A hub can be understood as an old-fashioned signal repeater. When data is sent from one device connected to a hub, it broadcasts data to all the devices. So let's say if A is connected to a hub and there are other devices as well on the same hub, if A wants to send it to B, hub will basically broadcast it to C, D, E, and F as well, to all the other devices. That's what a hub will do. Whereas a repeater is just it enhances the reach of a signal. So let's say if this is your Wi-Fi connection and this, if let's say it is just 4 meter of um, reach for this wireless connection, a repeater's presence can definitely extend the reach to an even further distance. That's what a repeater will do. Um, when data travels across long distance, it can lose strength and clarity, leading it to the signal degradation. Repeaters generate and amplify these weakening signals and allow data to travel further without any disruption or loss. Now, talking about modems and gateways, the modems are short for modulator and demodulator. This device allows digital devices like your computer communicate with analog systems such as telephone lines or cable networks. So basically, your ISP provides you the internet and it provides you to your home from a cable, but that cable connection connects into your modem. So your modem is the one which is basically getting these analog signals and converting it into digital signals into so that other devices can be connected to it. So that's what a modem will do for you. Whereas gateway is like an entry point between two devices, is an intermediary between two different networks, acting as a translator to ensure seamless communication. Data is sent from one network to another. It may use different protocols or format. Gateway converts this data into one format to another. A gateway might facilitate communication between local network and a cloud-based service. So gateway is like an intermediary between two endpoints that can connect with each other, and wherein the data transaction is going on, and especially when the data is in a different format. So gateways will basically convert one format to another so that the seamless communication can take place. That's what the gateways will do for you. So these are a few devices. Now let's understand the protocols very carefully. Well, there's a protocol TCP, which is Transmission Control Protocol. We call it slow, but reliable. Okay, it's so slow but reliable. Why? It breaks every data packet into packets and ensure they reach at the destination reliably. TCP manages the data delivery while IP handles the addressing and routing. So TCP IP basically collectively works together. So the TCP breaks down the data. Let's say if this is a big chunk of data, it breaks it down into different pieces, and all these small little pieces are then sent on the designated IP address, which is handled by Internet Protocol. Now, because such kind of breakdown is taking place, it becomes slower because first the data will be broken down, and and when it will be received on the endpoint, it will be again reinstated in a single format. So this breaking down and sending will makes it slow. Now, why this breaking down is done? So that there is no packet loss, because when you send smaller chunks of packet, there is a very less probability they will get lost in between, and all the packets will be received and they will be reinstated on the recipient side. But when you talk about the UDP protocol, it is fast, but it is unreliable because there is a lot of data loss that takes place. Now, UDP protocol uses for data transmission, it is faster, more lightweight than TCP. It's more commonly used for real-time application like video streaming and online gaming, where little data loss is acceptable. So you must have seen when you are on a video call or a FaceTime, you might lose, you might see some lag in the video, right? So that is because of some data or packet loss. It sends the complete packet at the same time, and because let's say if this is packet 1 and this is packet 2 and this is packet 3, if the complete packet number 2 is lost, the packet 1 and 3 will not work efficiently as they were supposed to, right? But if they are sent in smaller chunks, there's no chance of getting lost, and hence it is a better option, and that's why TCP is more reliable. But UDP is majorly used for video streaming and online gaming, due to which it becomes easier to use and maintain this protocol. As we have seen, HTTP is used as a hypertext transfer protocol, which is used for web applications. So basically, your web application is nothing but a piece of code the developer have created. Now that code has to be converted from the web server, because that is where it is uploaded. It comes on the client side and it opens up on the browser, right? You open the website on the browser. Now, this conversion from the code to a interface is done with the help of HTTP, which basically converts your website and shows you in that particular interface. When you type a web URL into your browser, it uses HTTP to fetch the content and display it on your screen. That's exactly what it does. Next is domain name system, which is DNS. DNS translates human readable domains like example.com into IP addresses like this one that the computer understand, because web servers are computers, they are not humans, right? It acts as a phone book for the internet, making it easier for us to access websites without remembering long strings of number. Imagine having a phone book of a million people, but instead of remembering their phone numbers, you just have to remember their unique identity name, right? So you just dial into their name and you can connect with the person, but instead of the person, it is a website. So that's exactly how DNS system works. Now, in your modems, there is a thing called DHCP. DHCP is Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol. It assigns the IP addresses to devices on a network, making it easier for the users to connect without manually configuring their network settings. So on your router, there's a DHCP pool of IP addresses, a lot of them, and every time a device connects with it, the DHCP pool will assign an IP address automatically to it, based on the standard configuration. So you don't have to interrupt every time you connect a device, and you don't have to configure it all the time. When you connect to a Wi-Fi network, for instance, DHCP gives you device an IP address so it can communicate to the network. So that's how DHCP works. And then there is the last but not the least, ICMP, Internet Control Message Protocol. It is supporting protocol that manage networks and error diagnostics. See, when you ping a particular IP address, this is the protocol that comes into action. There is a thing called a handshake. I'll teach you about that later. And I'll refer this ICMP also, what ICMP does basically. So our major communication takes place in TCP, in Transmission Control Protocol, and TCP have certain kind of flags. Okay. Now these flags have some relevancy to it. There is a flag. These flags basically represent that how the data transaction is going on and what kind of information the packet is going to carry, right? So there is URG, ACK, push, reset, synchronize, and finish. Let's start with the SYN packet, a SYN flag. It notifies the transmission of a new sequence number. This flag generally represents the establishment of a connection between the two hosts. See, three-way handshake. I'll show you with a demonstration after we know all these flags. So this basically shows the establishment of a connection. That means if there is a SYN packet, that means the connection was successful, or there is a synchronization request. SYN is short for synchronize, which is basically to connect. Then there is acknowledgement packet, which is ACK. It confirms the receipt of transmission and identifies the next expected sequence number. See, it confirms that the whatever transaction was going on, it was confirmed because it was acknowledged. So if I send a synchronized packet and the packet comes back at ACK, that means the device have connected and accepted my connection request. I'll show you with a demonstration down below. There is PSH, which is push. It indicates that sender has raised the push operation to the receiver. This implies that the remote system should inform the receiving application about the buffer data coming from the sender. The system raises a push transfer and get a last segment to uh, file to prevent buffer deadlocks. See, when a large chunk of data is sent from a recipient or from a sender, a push packet basically pushes the buffer data that is being collected on the recipient end. So this basically smoothens the complete packet transaction. I'll explain this with the handshake example as well. There is urgent or URG packet, a URG flag. It instructs the system that to process the data contained in the packets as soon as possible. It basically changes the priority of the data packet so that it can be processed before any other packet. So URG packets are being processed before any other packet like push or synchronize or whatever. If a packet have a URG flag, that means it's an urgent packet that needs to be considered right now. Finish flag is to announce that there is no more transitions will be sent to the remote system and the connection established by the sync flag is terminated. So this is the flag for termination of connection. Then there is reset, RST. When there is an error in the current connection and the connection is aborted in response to the error, the attackers use this flag to scan hosts and identify open ports. See, this is how the attackers use it. When there is an error in the current connection and the connection is aborted in the response to the error, the attacker will send a RST packet to see if the if the port number is actually responding to the reset request or not. If there is a ACK response, that means the port number is open. If there is no response, that means the port number is closed. Simple as that. SYN scanning mainly deals with three flags. the SYN, ACK, and RST. You can use these three flags for gathering illegitimate information from servers during enumeration. Let's take a look here. Illegitimate information, that means something that you're not supposed to get. That means you can manipulate the servers in some way. Now it have become the active enumeration. Remember, I told you it is hybrid. It is both active and passive, both at the same time. So that's a hybrid. So some methods are actually active methods of interconnection. Now let's talk about this TCP/IP communication. This is very simple. I'll explain you this with a simple example here. Just wait for a second. Okay. So let's say this is device A and this is device B. So if A wants to connect with B, so A sends a packet that is a SYN packet, which is a synchronization request to B. Now it's up to the B if they want to accept it or terminate it. If in exchange to this packet, if B sends an ACK request, ACK flag, which is an acknowledgement flag, this confirms that the B also wants to connect with you, and this will be with a synchronization request, which makes it SYN and ACK, a synchronization with acknowledgement. Now, once A as well acknowledges the same synchronization, this basically establishes a connection between the two, and the communication takes place two-way. I mean, in both the devices. Now, because there is a three-step exchange that took place, we call it a three-way handshake. Simple. That's how a packet transition takes place. Sorry, that's how two devices basically synchronize with each other in a real time, and these are all basically TCP packets, as I've already mentioned. Now, for scanning, there are many tools that are available. We'll just have a look at a few. There is this tool called Nmap. Um, Quickly in the chat box, can you please share if you guys have ever used Nmap before? Yes in the chat box or no if you haven't. Okay. Chat have already used it. That's good. Oh, you have tried try hack me. That's nice. That's pretty good. Okay, let me boot my Kali real quick. There was no sound. That's really unfortunate. Okay. Okay, no problem. We'll start again. It's okay. Apologies for this misconfiguration. Maybe something wrong with my mic. We'll check that later. Please type yes if you heard the announcement that we are going to move on to module number 5. Oh, you did not. Okay, so as I was explaining, module number 3 and 4 basically are interrelated to each other, and they are completely based on networking protocols and network enumeration. So what I want is I want to dedicate at least 2 to 3 hours more onto these topics, and we are having a lack of time today. We are only left with almost like an hour. So what I will be doing is we'll move on to our fifth module, which is vulnerability assessment, and tomorrow we can invest ample amount of time on module number 3 and 4. So that's what I have decided. Okay. Okay, so we'll start over, no issue. Also, please type, are you not able to unmute yourself? Is that an issue? Oh, I see. I think now you can unmute yourself. Okay, fair enough. I'm actually more familiar with Zoom, so this go-to thing is like a new thing to me as well. So please don't mind. Okay, now talking about vulnerability, a vulnerability is nothing but a weakness. Could be in a hardware or software misconfiguration. Could be because of the insecure or poor design of network, how it is constructed and how it communicates. Inherent technology weakness, or a careless approach of the users as well. As I said, human stupidity also plays an important part in security architecture. That's why end users also are important. There can be different types of vulnerabilities and different examples to them as well. Like in TCP/IP, there are many different protocols that can be insecure. Like for example, when we talk about FTP, in FTP there is a feature of anonymous login where you don't really need to give out any credentials and you can still access the FTP portal, which is a file transfer portal. So now imagine like if somebody is able to access the file transfer portal and able to upload some files on your portal, and those files could be a malware, those files could be anything, right? So if this kind of misconfiguration is there, then definitely it is also a vulnerability of its own. Similarly, could be with any protocol based on what kind of feature and services they are providing. An operating service system vulnerability or default password or system account vulnerability all majorly deals with weak passwords. If you have a weak password, you can have any of these vulnerabilities in your system. Even user account vulnerabilities also consist of weak passwords and usernames generally. Network device could be because of lack of password protection, lack of authentication. Routing protocols could be insecure, or even there could be improper firewall configurations. So these are some of the vulnerabilities that exist in a general case scenario. These are the same service things which are explained in a tabular format here. So now talking about vulnerability research, it is a process of analyzing protocols, services, and configuration to discover the design flaws and vulnerabilities in general. Vulnerabilities are classified in three levels, either low, medium, or high. The priorities are the same: least priority, medium priority, and the highest priority. Same thing. And the exploitation range is in two ways: local or remote. If this is a system, and if there is a vulnerability that exists inside a system, it is a local vulnerability. And the exploit that will be used will be a local exploit. But if in a system, a remote hacker sends a packet with some exploit and payload, then it becomes a remote exploitation, right? So remote and local can be understood this way, that if hacker is trying to exploit a vulnerability that exists already in the system, or if the hacker is trying to send some packet that can exploit the vulnerability in the system. So that's a difference. Give me a second. Okay. Next, let's also understand a few details about network research. Sorry, network analysis. So there are different portals for network research or for vulnerability research. The most common is the Microsoft Security Response Center, which is specifically created to find out vulnerabilities in Microsoft products. It provides information as a part of an ongoing effort and to help security professionals so that they can be they can keep updated with whatever recent issue that comes up with any of the securities of any of the products of Microsoft. Just a second, I scroll down way too much. There you go. Okay. Apart from this, there are many other platforms. I'll mark a few: Packet Storm, Trend Micro, Pentest Mag, Exploit Database. Um, SC Mag is good as well. Hackerstorm. These are some of the most trusted ones, especially Exploit Database and Packet Storm. These are the most trusted databases for vulnerabilities across any platform, across any device, or across any technology. You can find these vulnerabilities in here. I'll show you a demonstration for exploit DBs. So you just have to type exploit DB, and on Google you will see the first link here. It's a database for all the exploit that are ever found. They can be found here. Let's say you want to find a vulnerability in Apache Tomcat. Just type here on the top Apache Tomcat. It's a web server, and you will see all the vulnerabilities that were found in this. And you can see there are many pages that also are there. Now let's say if this is maybe, hold on. Okay, this directory disclosure. This could be a good one. Click on this. You will see the complete details. Apache Tomcat is reported to be prone to vulnerability which may enable remote attackers to disclose the content of directories. This issue is reported to affect Apache Tomcat systems with version this one, 3.2.x. It is not known whether other systems are also affected. Fair enough. How about this one? Remote file disclosure. So this is the kind of an exploit that somebody have created. You can see they are using this programming language here. It's in Perl, and yeah, the platform is Linux. The type is remote. You can see it's a remote type, and I can also download the exploit and use it by myself. I can also, even modify it for whatever purpose I have. And this is basically a vulnerability in the SSL protocol, and due to which we are able to do remote file disclosure. That means we can see some of the internal files of this particular version in Apache Tomcat. So this way you can find various kind of exploits and you can work with them and you can experiment with them as well also. So that's exploit database. Similarly, you can also visit Packetstorm and you can see all the other websites as well. They will give you good insight and good research material. Next is vulnerability assessment. Uh, this is an in-depth examination of ability of a system or application, including current security procedure and controls to withstand the exploitation process. This is where you check how vulnerabilities are being exploited and if a system can actually withstand any kind of an attack or not. It can be used to identify weaknesses that can be exploited and also predict what kind of weakness may arise. For this kind of purpose, we use different kind of scanners. I'll show you which ones we use very oftenly. Before that, there are two approaches to network vulnerability scanning, as told you before, active and passive. In active scanning, the attacker interacts directly with the target network to find out vulnerabilities. Active scanning helps in simulating an attack on the target network to uncover vulnerabilities that can be exploited by the attacker. In passive scanning, the attacker tries to find vulnerability without directly interacting with the target. Attacker finds vulnerability via information exposed by the system during normal communications. We'll see live examples of these two in system hacking and everything. The limitation of vulnerability assessment is if the software is limited in its ability to detect vulnerabilities at a given point of time, or if the scanning software must have been updated when its new vulnerabilities are discovered. See, the thing is, your antiviruses and even the vulnerability assessment software works on a simple principle. And the principle is there is a database. Basically, what happens is, let's say there are so many vulnerabilities. This is your antivirus, right? It have a database of various viruses, right? Now there is a file. This is your system that is connected to the antivirus as well, by the way. Now there's a malware that is coming through in your antivirus. Antivirus will check if this malware have a hash. Now this is a hash, let's suppose, okay? Now this hash is unique to this particular malware. It will check this hash in its database and see if the hash matches any of the other patterns that are stored in the database. Based on which it will make a decision if this is a malware or not. If the hash does not match, it will pass on to the system as a verified file. If it does match, it will basically deny it. That's majorly what would happen. Now, what if this hash does not match, but this file is still a malware? There is a possibility. We call such malwares as FUD, which is short for fully undetectable. FUDs. Now, FUDs have a unique identity of having very unique hashes, and they have real what do you say? Stealth techniques that are being used to create such kind of malwares so that they can bypass your antiviruses and firewalls. There's a complete module on bypassing and evading firewalls and antiviruses and IDS and IPS. We'll learn a lot of things in that module in particular. But this is majorly how an antivirus work, and exactly the same way, this is how the vulnerability work. It's just that this vulnerability scanner will be looking into different vulnerabilities based on the database. Now, if the database is not going to have the latest vulnerabilities listed, it will not be able to find that particular vulnerability for you. The most commonly used is Nessus Professional. Qualys is also another one, and OpenVAS is like totally free thing. Nessus is commercial, but it also have a free version to it. Qualys and GFI Langard do not have a free version to it. I'll show you the demonstration to Nessus also. It's very simple to use. It's a little bit complex to install it, but it's very simple to use, honestly. Also understand the scoring systems now. See, there are a few systems that we have to follow when it comes to vulnerabilities. First is common vulnerability scoring system. It is again a government-based scoring system. Uh, okay, let me show you in the tabular format. That is a better understanding here. Let me show you with a real example. Okay, so let's take a look at Apache version 2.4.3 vulnerabilities. Okay, I will look for the CVSS score. Okay, before you understand this, um, there is another database which is CVE, Common Vulnerabilities and Exposures. In this database, all your vulnerabilities are listed and identified. Just like every system have IP address, every system have a CVE ID registered to it as well. Okay, so every vulnerability have a CVE ID. You can see in this HTTP server of Apache 2.4.3, there are so many vulnerabilities listed here. There are total 13 of them, and everyone have a CVE ID to it. Let's say the most critical vulnerability here have a rating of 6.8. The score is given 6.8 based on the severity. Okay, access is remote access. Complexity is medium. In when generating HTTP digest authentication challenge, nonce is sent to prevent. Uh, okay, fair enough. So this CVE ID is basically the identification for this particular vulnerability. 2018 is the year of finding, and 1312 is the serial number for that particular vulnerability. Then there is a CWE ID, which is Common Weakness Enumeration ID. See, majorly as researchers, we either base it on CVE ID or CVSS score, which is 6.8 based on the severity. So CVSS score is the score that is given here, which is as per the common vulnerability scoring system. There must be a tabular format to show this also. Yeah, there it is. See, the severity, if it is none, it is given 0.0. Low is anywhere from 0.1 to 3.9. Medium is anywhere from 4.0 to 6.9. high so and so, and critical 9.0 to 10.0. Now it is calculated based on the impact of that vulnerability, like how much impact it is creating, how much damage it is causing, and what kind of vulnerability, what kind of technology is being exploited here. So based on that, this score is given to it, and there is a governing body for this who gives it, which is NIST, National. I forgot the full form for it. National Institute of Standards and Technology. It's a government agency which basically provides standard for all the protocols and for all the information on the internet. And they basically give this CVSS score. Now, based on the CVSS score and CVE, we can identify a particular vulnerability and we can use it for testing purposes or even for analysis purposes. There is CWE basically. Oh no, CVE. We already have seen CVE. We have seen the listing format also. There is National Vulnerability Database, the NVD. Also is provided by NIST. They have like complete details about a particular vulnerability. They have the listing information. They have the severity details, like the scoring system and everything. They also have a description to it. So you can also visit the website and see it, the NVD. Now talking about the CWE, there's a category system for software vulnerabilities and weakness. It is owned by Mitre Corporation. We have heard of the Mitre framework before, the attack framework. It is also a database, but honestly speaking, you don't really frequently use it. It's maybe once or twice, maybe just for the sake of it, because they have created such a kind of a portal. So we check details, but otherwise nobody used it. Now talking about the management life cycle, there are three phases here. The first phase is the pre-assessment phase, where you identify all the assets, create a baseline, create a strategy that how you want to do it, set up a priority on which one you should be like testing first. Then a assessment phase, which is where you do the scanning part, and then there is a post assessment phase where you do the risk assessment, where you define priority to the vulnerability, which one need to be fixed first. Then you provide the remediation, then you verify if the remediation is provided or not, and then you leave on the monitoring that if everything is working fine or not. This monitoring period can be anywhere between 1 month to 1 year, depending on the client and depending on the technology they work with. So it is in the three major phases: pre-assessment, assessment, and post-assessment phase. The same thing that is mentioned in the theoretical format here. Okay, now we'll come to the classification part. So take a look here. So there's a lot of classifications that are given to different various vulnerabilities based on their impact and their causes. Give me a second. Okay. Misconfigurations or weak configuration. It is the most common vulnerability and mainly caused by a human error. It allows attackers to break into a network and gain unauthorized access, obviously. This could be two type of misconfiguration, either a network misconfiguration between a protocol or a host misconfiguration where you leave some permissions to root or a user account. Then there are application flaws, are vulnerabilities and application that are exploited by attackers. Flawed application pose security threats such as data tampering and unauthorized access. Um, let's say that this is a buffer of 8 bits, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8 bits total. In this buffer of 8 bits, memory is supposed to be allocated, right? Now let's just say that initial 3 bits are used for volume plus. This is the same VLC example which we just took in the first or second module, I guess. And the rest of the 4 bits are used for volume down. Okay. What would happen if a hacker get to know that there is a vulnerability in either one of them? If there, let's say, if there is a vulnerability in volume up functionality, and I can make this functionality occupy most of the space that is supposed to be provided, and also occupy the space which is not supposed to be provided, which is not supposed to be occupied. So let's say 3 bits are allowed for this particular functionality. What if I write a code which can exceed this functionality and can exceed the bits? It starts occupying this bit, then it starts occupying the other bits which are supposed to be run by volume down. Now what's happening here is there was a buffer in between which was supposed to be created so that the two functionality do not overlap each other, both can coexist in harmony. But this buffer is overflowed onto the other functionalities. Now this can cause a memory this can cause a memory leak and also memory exhaustion, due to which your application might get corrupted or even might get stopped working. This attack in specific is called buffer overflow attack. Buffer overflow attack. Buffer overflows are very common and very critical, and of course they are really tough to find honestly, but it's still common because it gives the highest impact on the application if you find it. So attackers always go for buffer overflow. They even have to spend days or even months to find such kind of a flaws, but yes, these things happen. So that's a buffer overflow attack, and that's an application flaw because the application is not properly configured and the buffers are not assigned properly. That's why either there's a buffer overflow, either there is memory leaks, resource exhaustion, integer overflows, null pointer object reference, injections, race conditions. All these things can happen. I'll try to show you demonstrations for almost all of them whatsoever possible. Poor patch management, that means the appropriate solution wasn't provided like on time. uh, Unpatched softwares can make application, server, or device vulnerable to various attacks. Design flaws, logical flaws in the functionality of the system are exploited by the attackers to bypass detection mechanism. Now, let me tell you a simple example of logical flaws. Just take a look here. I'm going to make another if else statement. If user equal to a cache, allow access. If user equal to, let's say, Atom, deny access, right? These are only two conditions that can take place. There is no flaw handling, there is nothing like that. Now what if in the input, if a user enters John, according to you guys, what would happen? What will happen? It's only supposed to take two inputs, either Akash or Adam, and if the user enters John, what would happen? Anyone? No one? It's okay. So, if the user inputs John here instead of Adam or Akash, what would happen is he will still get the access. Either this will happen, or or the application will get corrupted. So this is a vulnerability basically. I can take advantage of it in 30 different ways. I can use it to make user manipulation. I can use it to even make so many fake or incorrect entries so that it will even overflow your database. It is possible. I can send maybe 50,000 packets with incorrect entries. It will exhaust your database at some point, or maybe it will exhaust your portal at some point. So there are different kind of things that can happen here because of a single small little flaw. This method of user segregation or user authentication is called blacklisting, because I am only allowing a cache and I am not allowing Adam. But what about John, or what about Peter? What about Sam? What about them? Then that is a problem, right? So to avoid this kind of a flaw, what the developer can do is simply put this kind of a
Else.
case. No, no, no. Yeah, right. There's supposed to be else. My bad.
Well, you could also just make it so the only user was a cache and as else any other name would be a deny. You
Yeah,
wouldn't have to
exactly.
specify the second
Yeah. I mean that. I mean there are a couple of solutions, but for simplifying it, this can also be one of them. And this process is called whitelisting. That means I'm only allowing a cache to access the website, and rest anyone else cannot. If anyone else is there, it will just deny the access.
It's
So
like having
this
a
way.
it's like having a
Sorry,
guest list.
exactly right. White blacklisting and whitelisting is just like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
So this is because this is what happens in a design flow. As I told you, every hacker can be developer, but not a developer can be hacker, because developers don't really think from a security perspective. They just want the application to work, and they don't really care about like how secure it is, or how if it is complying all the measures or not. They just want it to work. That's it, and that creates a design flaw. Then there is third party risk. Now, majorly this happens in web servers when you are using content management system like WordPress, or maybe there is a very famous one called Joomla. I don't know if you have heard of it. So these are a few content management systems wherein you can create your own web applications just by dragging and dropping things, right? But you also have to add your own extensions. Now the problem is these extensions are created by some third party developers. They are not a part of WordPress team. They are third party people. Anybody can create these kind of extensions. And when these extensions are added, they can also cause any kind of vulnerability. So there was this case scenario where this company called Talk2. So they are basically a live chatting software for your website. So like when you click on a website and there's a chat feature, so Talk2 provides that to their clients. So if you add their script in their website, there will be a chat box coming up just like this. We are here. You click on this and you can start a conversation. So that's what they provide. In 2017, they had a vulnerability through which I mean, somebody was able to actually manipulate the results on the web portal and was able to access some file systems also, and it was able to basically execute a script along with the Talk2 script. And just imagine, because Talk2 was used by millions of users, a lot of other websites were also vulnerable to that kind of attack. So now this is a third party addition that you can make to your website, and because a third party tool was being exploited, your whole website becomes vulnerable. So that's a flaw of a third party utility. Then there is default configuration, as we have already seen. Like if you're what if you're working for a company and the credentials are default admin or something like that. Just like in Kali, the default credentials are Kali. If you don't change it, somebody can hack into your Kali machine as well. Default passwords, same stuff. Operating system flaws. This refers to the operating system vulnerabilities. 0 days are very interesting, basically. So 0 days refers to those vulnerabilities that the systems are exposed to, but they are not patched. See, every vulnerability is not necessary that it should have a patch or it should have a solution. So for those vulnerabilities that don't have a patch yet, they are considered as 0 day because it's day zero for them. Because if it's day one or day two or day three, the developers must have created some solution for this. But because they are in the very initial phase of still being able to use to exploit a particular software or particular technology, that's why they are called 0 day. Then there is legacy platform vulnerabilities are caused by obsolete or familiar code. That means if your devices are not up to date with the with the latest firmware versions, they can still be exploited because they are using the older version and they can be corrupted or compromised in many other ways. System sprawl or undocumented assets. This arises when organizational network, because of an increased number of systems, without proper documentation or without the understanding of maintenance. These assets are often neglected over time, making them susceptible to attacks. Now, every system definitely needs to be documented. That is why people do subnetting in the network and they segregate the whole network into different sections and classes so that everyone can be monitored separately and there should be some sort of policy that everybody should be following. But if there are devices that are being added, there are companies that provide you BYOD policies, which is bring your own device policy. So these devices sometimes go undetectable. And what if that device is having a vulnerability? It basically exposes the whole network to that particular exploit. So that's one of it. And the last one is the improper certificate in key management. Remember, we just saw an env file result where I was able to see the keys. So that is also one of the case of improper key management. And if I'm able to use those keys to decrypt their communication, then definitely it is a big problem and this it's a big vulnerability. This may lead to uh, allowing the attackers to perform password cracking and data exfiltration,
And then
storing
owning
or
your
retaining.
company.
Oh yeah, of course. That will be the first thing I would do if I get a chance.
Yeah. Like Mr. Robot, they own you.
Yeah, exactly. You've seen it, right?
I've watched it probably 3 times all the way through.
3 times already.
Oh yeah,
Awesome.
I've watched it multiple
Uh,
times. It's a great show.
that's nice. Well, are you fascinated with the devices?
Yeah, I wanted to get it. I wanted to order a couple of devices. Like I was going to get a Ducky, one of those little USBs,
Uh
and
huh.
a couple of them. I just
That's nice.
haven't had the chance, but I
Mm-hmm.
plan eventually.
That's nice. That's nice. You guys should also watch Mr. Robot. It will really give you a new perspective on how things work. It will also give you some real case scenarios on how devices and how techniques can be used to hack a particular person.
It's also really good at telling you what the real world is really like.
Ah, true. It will like really give you a good reflection of where you are
Of reality, yeah,
and as
absolutely.
of reality. Yeah,
It's
as
truth
Andrew Tate says.
masquerading as fiction.
Hmm. And as Andrew Tate says, it will reveal the matrix to you.
Yeah, it'll reveal some stuff.
Yeah, so it's a pretty good one. Okay. All right. Okay, so we have two different tools, OpenVAS and Nikto. OpenVAS is something that we can install in Linux in Kali, so that's what we're going to do. Um, We have other tools also like Qualys FreeScan, which is available on their website. Akinetics is also, see, these tools are majorly commercial tools. Only OpenVAS is the one which is freely available, frankly speaking. Okay, and it can be installed for free of cost. It doesn't charge you anything. Nikto is also free, but all the other tools are commercial. So there's a very limited usability that they provide. They don't really give you all the functionalities, no matter how much free they add to their own names. But they are still paid at the end of the day. So there's going to be very limited functionality available. OpenVAS is something that we can add in our Linux. It's pretty simple how to do it. I'll show you.
Sudo apt install openvas. Installing right now.
You doing it? Awesome.
Yep, already getting it. About 45%. I got my VM
Great.
open, so
That's nice. I wish I get this kind of students in all my batches.
yeah, I'm already a dabbler in Kali, and I've been using Linux for many years, and I've tried to get Supon to use it more often too. Try to get
That's
everyone to
nice.
use it. Love Linux.
Yeah, once you start using it, like you can never go back.
Yeah, like
And I mean, this was the laptop that I use for training purposes. Like the other laptop I have, my main system, it all have Linux. So I'm using like MintOS and Black Arch. Have you used Black Arch?
no, I basically
Never?
my main daily driver is Debian, and
Debian.
and I configure the
Classic.
terminal to look like Kali, and because I love the Kali terminal. Like I love the how it's different colors and everything. And I went and found a script online to actually change
Mm-hmm.
my my not Bash terminal. It's I think it's
Is it ZSH?
ZSH. Yeah,
Yeah,
ZSH.
right.
If you install the
Hmm.
ZSH terminal, and you can have it look
Yeah,
exactly the way the Kali terminal looks. So,
true,
and I actually made
true.
a couple of bootable USBs to do that with too. So like I have a
Nice.
Debian, couple of Debian bootable USBs, and I think I have a Kali one somewhere, but I figured I'd just use the VM for today.
That's great. That's awesome. Okay, so all what you have to do is you have to install a package in your Kali Linux. The installation command for a package is pretty simple. You have to type sudo apt get install, and after this install, you can type the name of the package that you want to install.
You
You
don't
know,
need the get. You just need sudo apt and then install. You don't need the
yeah,
get.
yeah, it's not necessary, but again,
Yeah, you're old school
yeah, you know
because you
it.
used to need the get. You don't need it
Exactly.
anymore.
There used to be a time, so
Yeah, yeah. I still
yeah,
sometimes type the get in, but it's not necessary
exactly.
now. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, you type OpenVAS and you press enter. Oh, it's unable to locate. I think I need to update it.
I just updated my Kali today, like as we were starting the course, so I think you might actually have to do an
Probably because of
upgrade.
that. Yeah. Yeah, that's right.
So I did the upgrade and then
This is like a
OpenVAS will be
fresh
fine.
installation, so it might be because of that as well. It doesn't have the
Yeah,
updated libraries or
yeah,
repositories.
yeah. And Kali's a rolling, so
True.
it's always updating. So
That's right.
and mine was like really old. I hadn't updated in a while because I have had this laptop for about well
Hmm.
since December, so 7 months. And I installed my virtual machine right away with Kali's newest version at the time, but I haven't updated it since till today.
Hmm. Well, for that matter, my whole system, this one is like a rolling version because once I'm done with your session, I'm gonna reset it back to the same phase it was because like there are other sessions I have to take. So this
Oh
one's like
yes,
I have to keep on cleaning it up again and again. I'm planning to also build a cloud-based system mechanism so that I can teach everyone on the same platform, something like that. It will be a
nice.
bit more easier for accessibility.
I meant to ask earlier on this app that we're using GoTo. Is there a Linux version of that so I could actually run it from my Linux machine?
Frankly, I have no idea. As I said, I'm used to Zoom, so I use
Yeah,
Zoom in Linux, but I've never used GoTo thing. Like this is the first time I'm coming across it. So
yeah. See, I have a laptop in my garage I'm going to bring out tomorrow, so I have two laptops, so I'll be able to have full screen with Linux and your course on the other side.
nice.
Because
That's
like
nice.
having to switch between screens, like your screen's really small for me, and so my Kali
I
screen is
understand.
like, I want like to have two monitors doing this sort of thing, and I have two laptops, so I might as well do it that way.
Sure.
What kind of hardware do you run your Kali on?
What kind of what?
What kind of hardware is your laptop? Is it a Dell machine or is it one you built yourself or?
Oh no, no, it's a Dell.
Yeah, mine's I went and bought an Alienware in December. It's
So
Dell, but
one of
it's a
them
great
is
machine.
an Almin, an HP Almin, and this one is Dell.
Is it like a is it like a Vostro or like a
I didn't get your
this
question.
like what model is it? Is it a Dell Vostro? Are you running a laptop or are you running like a desktop?
No, this one is a laptop. My desktop is
Yeah.
like a personal one, so like I have custom built it.
Oh, nice, nice. Anyway, I'll stop bugging you.
It's all right. Well, for tomorrow, I want to request Yosef and I'm sorry, Sopon to please get Linux in your laptops as well. And yeah, you can get this OpenVAS installed in there as well, s- so that we can continue with where we are leaving today. Because I really don't want to waste tomorrow's time anymore. There's a lot of modules and very few days, so we're gonna speed it up.
Yeah, of course. No worries.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, you want to install Kali Supod.
Yeah, I already installed.
That's great.
Here's a thing I want to ask Akash. I'm having trouble running OpenVOS. It doesn't seem to want to open. It comes up cannot open or create log file or directory. Please check permissions. Log files listed in etc/openvos/openvos.log.conf. And when I open it with Nano, I can't really see anything about permissions. Not really sure what I'm missing here. Maybe I got to change the permission of it.
Yeah, I was gonna say like maybe check out the privilege.
So maybe I'll just chmod 777
Probably that works. Go for it.
change it. Oh, I got a sudo. There. Now let's see if it works. Nope. Maybe I need to change the ownership. Then again, I installed it, so it's weird. Yeah, it still gives me the same error. Please check permissions of log files listed in etc openvos log config. So, yeah, what would that be? Level 127. Maybe you'll get the same problem and we'll have to brainstorm to fix it.
No, no, it's not about brainstorming. I just need to check like the exact error. There must be
Yeah.
some troubleshooting for that.
Yeah,
I
that's what I'm.
remember, frankly, I remember what was. I mean, there was some issue with the OpenVAS. I took a session like 10, 12 days ago,
Mm.
but I really can't put a finger what exactly it was. I need to just check
Oh,
that on my end
you've
also.
already dealt with it then. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So the error actually says open vas colon 82791 and then colon SD, and then main dash warning in orange, and then it's like almost like a MAC address, 20:43:52.448, and then it says init_logging cannot open or create log file or directory. Please check permissions of log files listed in etc openvos log.conf. And I have to sudo that to edit it with nano. I just don't see where I can, what, it doesn't say anything about permission, so maybe I'm.
Just give me a second here. I'm looking at
Setting the
another
level.
laptop.
Oh, I see. The levels. This is the mod level. So if I change the levels to 777 in the file, it might fix it.
Hey, Chad, I'm sending you
Yes.
something in the chat box. Can you please try this one?
Hmm.
I'm sending you something in the chat box. See if this works.
Yep. Okay.
Take a look.
Sudos. Okay. I'll try that. Copy. I'll just not save that. Just type it. It won't copy and paste without a mouse.
Yeah, I think you got to type it in,
Yeah. Yeah.
like
Sometimes
manually.
though, like sometimes with a mouse, I can just right click and it'll auto paste it.
Uh,
Maybe it's just not. Maybe I'm used to that from Debian and not Kali. I don't know. Okay. Now let's see if it works. I didn't get the error that time, but it didn't open anything. Yeah. I don't get an error, but doesn't open any program.
it didn't. Does it
Yeah, it
show any
didn't do any
port number or something?
port numbers. No, I just like nothing happens. I type open VOS and then just I get the next line. Nothing.
Can you go on your browser and open the loopback IP with 9392 port?
Okay. I think it's Firefox. Yeah, it's Firefox. So 127.0.0.1 and then colon. What was the port?
9392.
9392.
See if that works.
Unable, can't establish a connection to the server. And you said it
Okay,
was 127.0.0.1
that's
colon
right.
9392. Maybe I have to put
Hmm.
an HTTP in front of that just because.
It doesn't matter. It should work.
Yeah, it's not given. Yeah. If your computer, if you're unable to load any pages, the site could be temporarily unavailable. No, nothing.
Okay. Is it possible for you to share your screen so I can have a look?
Yeah, I think I can. I think you
Give me a
have to
second.
make me a presenter or something though.
Yep, done. I
Okay.
made you the presenter.
Okay, perfect. Sharing my screen. You're gonna see
Waiting.
my windows too. Oh, I gotta click share. There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, this is my.
Mm-hmm.
So this is it here. Just gonna move this and go back to terminal. See, nothing. Doesn't.
Hmm. This is weird.
It is weird. I don't understand why it won't open because I know it installed properly. It just doesn't seem
It
to.
should show any kind of response at least.
Yeah, it's really weird.
No issue. Well, in that case, we'll deal with this tomorrow as well. Not a problem.
Okay.
For now, let's leave it here. So we'll finish this module tomorrow itself. Tomorrow
Okay.
will be the final day for like it will take hardly 20 minutes for this one, and the rest of the modules will be covered up as well. So that was all for today.
All right. Well, that was very good. I enjoyed it.
Good to know. We still have like 10 minutes left, so if anybody have any kind of queries, questions, you want me to repeat anything, this will be the right time to go for it.
Oh, I asked you my question. I'll let those guys have the floor.
Sure. I tried to open Maltego JavaScript, but not working. JavaScript not working. Like, did you install it in your Linux or on your Windows? On Windows, it should not really show any kind of errors like such. I can you share your screen? May I have a look at it? Ah, I think he's having the same error, just like you.
Yep, it's the same thing I got.
Okay. You were really not supposed to edit these options, by the way. So can you please close it? And I think you shared a single application, so I really can't see the rest of the stuff. I think you installed the wrong one. Can you downloaded the wrong package actually. It's not the one you're supposed to download. Let me share you a link. Go with that one, okay? Give me a second. Just simply click on this link and I think it will work for you. It seems to be the same. Oh, okay, okay. Hold on. Close it, close it. Please close it. Yeah. Can you click on the start menu again? Click on the start menu. Yeah, type here Maltego. Type Maltego. Yeah, okay. Now please pin this to taskbar. Yeah. You're supposed to open this one, not the Java configuration file. There you go. All right. Rest you can follow the rest of the steps that I showed you in the session. All right. Hope that helps.